Welcome to the Fantasy Audiobook. Planting the Immortality Tree in the Wizarding World. Chapter 31. After Ronan took the gold coins, he went to Diagon Alley for a stroll. He walked past each stall to see if there were any monster skins for sale. Warcraft skin, in the Wizarding World, is a material for witchcraft scrolls, leather armor, magic potions and other items, and is of great use. The stall owners at the stalls are shouting about their products. After walking for a while, Ronan found Warcraft materials for sale at a stall. Among them, there is Warcraft skin. He stopped in front of the stall. "Sir, do you want to buy Warcraft materials? This is the first order medium-level magical beast, Emerald Demonic Snake, which comes from the Sunset Mountains. This is devil snake meat." The stall owner with dark skin and short curly black hair pointed at the pieces of blood-red meat that exuded a fishy smell. "This is the venom sac of the devil snake." The stall owner pointed to a black earthenware pot. The jar was sealed, and Ronan couldn't see what was inside. The stall owner smiled and said, "The poison sac emits poisonous gas. Opening it may hurt people. If sir doesn't buy it, I won't open it." Immediately, the stall owner pointed to a large area of green and hard things on the stall. "This is the magic snake skin. How to sell the devil snake skin?" Ronan asked. Ronan secretly swept the snake skin with his consciousness. Snake skin is made of tough material and must be fake. "1 Valant gold coin per pound," said the stall owner. "Give me 61 pounds. Ronan said. He spent almost all the gold coins he just got, leaving only 1 gold coin in his pocket. "Okay, Jazz." When the stall owner saw that he had made a deal so quickly, his smile bloomed like a flower. He quickly used a silver knife engraved with elven runes to cut off a 1 meter 3 meter long piece of snake skin, folded it, packed it in a bag, and handed it over to Ronan. Ronan took the baggage and gave him gold coins. According to the Talisman Skin Making Book, making talisman skin is divided into 3 steps. The first step is to clean the hide. Soak the rawhide in water to make it as soft as possible. Different animal skins require different soaking times. After the animal skin is soft, use a knife to scrape off the remaining meat and dirt attached to the skin, then wash it in warm plant ash water with a brush to completely remove the grease and dirt. The second step is tanning. Tanning requires making liquid medicine. Different animal skins require different medicinal solutions. After preparing the liquid medicine, first immerse the animal hide slightly with the liquid medicine, and turn the animal hide frequently while immersing it in the liquid. When the liquid is almost dry, add more liquid. Repeatedly. This step is the key to making the talisman skin. Many monks have fallen into this step. The third step is to dry in the shade. Make a rack to dry the hides. After Ronan walked out of Diagon Alley, he put the baggage containing the animal skins into the black storage ring. "Then, according to what the book said, I went to the market and bought tubs, shelves and other things." As for the ingredients for the tanning liquid, he had no intention of returning to the world of cultivating immortals to obtain them. He has now reached the master level in magic plants and the proficient level in pharmacy. The raw materials for tanning the Qingyan snake skin in the book are 4 kinds of medicinal herbs. According to the characteristics of these 4 herbs described in the book, Ronan has already thought of using some magic plants to replace them. "So, I went to Tom's drugstore and bought 8 kinds of magic plant materials." After everything was ready, he returned to the small attic. In the small attic, Ronan held 2 branches in each hand and cooperated with each other to turn over the animal skins in the wooden tray. The animal skin was soaked with medicinal liquid and shone in the candlelight. Of the 3 major steps in making talisman skins, the first step is easy to complete. As for the tanning liquid in the second step, Ronan cut off a few small pieces of snakeskin and tried several times before successfully preparing the tanning liquid. After 3 hours of work, 2 candles were replaced. Ronan finally saw that the snakeskin on the wooden plate had turned into an opaque yellow with white color. "It's done." Ronan used 2 small branches in each hand to pick up the animal skin and took it to a shelf to dry. The next step is to wait for it to dry. After Ronan finished everything, he cleaned up the debris left behind by making the animal skins, sat cross-legged on the bed, and started today's practice. The city of Triumph is close to the sea and the air is humid. It took 2 days before the hide was completely dry. Ronan took off the animal skin, took out the elf dagger, and cut the animal skin into pieces of talisman skin. The emerald demon snake skin he bought was divided into 63 talisman skins. The final talisman skin produced is dark yellow. After putting the talisman skin into the black storage ring, I went out and bought 3 chickens. When I returned to the small attic, I took out everything I needed to draw the talisman and started drawing the talisman. Ronan quickly drew 33 master level amulets and 30 master level light body amulets. These talismans are undoubtedly more powerful than before. Talismans were precious, and Ronan was reluctant to even try one. After putting the 63 animal skin talismans into the black storage ring, Ronan took out the talisman paper bought from Wanjun sect's immortal domain, and continued to draw the talismans with the talisman ink he had just prepared. These days, he has been thinking about the flying sword talisman. I don't know if the secret book of the flying sword talisman has been bought by anyone. Single quote. He has learned how to make animal skin talismans. Using animal skins as the talisman for the flying sword talisman will make the flying sword talisman even more powerful. If he buys the secret book of the flying sword talisman, he will soon have a powerful means of long-distance attack. Now, he has a total of 51 low-grade spiritual stones in his storage black ring. In addition, there are about 200 pieces of skilled amulets from the 3 amulet sellers. After selling them, he can get about 20 spirit stones. He also plans to write down several copies of his amulets and the secret book of light body amulets and sell them at the same time. Anyway, he has a very high level of attainment in these 2 kinds of amulets, so he is not afraid of having another colleague competing with him. Because even if you buy the secret book of amulets, you may not be able to learn it. Therefore, there must be very few people who buy the secret book of amulets. However, although it is small, it is also an income. Ronan quickly drew about 300 skilled amulets. After putting everything into the black storage ring, he changed into the clothes of the world of immortal cultivation. With a thought in his mind, he disappeared on the spot. Ronan killed 3 colleagues who were also selling skilled amulets. If he showed up at the C-shaped market, he would inevitably be suspected of murder. After all, he benefited the most from the death of those 3 people. Although, in the shanty town, killing a cultivator is nothing. But he still didn't want to be noticed by others, so as not to cause other trouble. This time, he went to the Yizihao market to sell talismans. The shantytown where he lived was the closest to the Bingzihao market. The Yizihao market was a little far for him. But he used the light body talisman to run, so it didn't take long to get to Yizihao. When he arrived at Yizihao market, he found an empty seat, sat on the ground, spread out the linen cloth, and put out the amulet, the light body talisman, and 2 talisman secret books. This time, he didn't sell at a lower price, but just offered to buy 20 get 1 free. With this gimmick, plus the fact that his stall had 2 kinds of talismans, more and more monks came to his stall. Ronan's talismans sold so-so. After all, he was a newcomer, and many people didn't trust him. So, Ronan used his usual method, lowering the price. Lowering the price would inevitably encroach on other people's market. However, not lowering the price would also encroach on other people's market, but more slowly. Ronan controlled the power of the amulet to the skilled level. It was because the cultivators who sold this level of talismans were not very skilled. Even if they wanted to trouble him, he could deal with it calmly. After lowering the price, Ronan's talismans really sold much better. After half a day, all the talismans on the stall were sold out. Although no one was interested in the 2 secret books of the amulet and the light body talisman, he was satisfied. Because he already had 112 low-grade spirit stones on him, enough to buy the flying sword talisman. Ronan packed up and prepared to leave. Before leaving, he strolled around the market, and seeing that there was nothing he wanted to buy, he walked out of the market. "Fellow Taoist, please stay." Just as Ronan was about to leave the market, a monk called Ronan. "I wonder if you have any advice." Ronan turned around and asked. His hands hidden in his sleeves had already held several stacks of talismans. "Fellow Taoist, are all the talismans you sell drawn by you?" The monk asked. "Partly, fellow Taoist, just say what you want to say," Ronan said. The monk smiled and said, "In our shantytown East District, there is a Talisman Master Association. The president is a well-known talisman master in the Shantytown East District, the Zong Fu Master. I see that your talismans are well drawn. Why don't you join our Talisman Master Association and exchange your experience in drawing talismans together? Thank you, I have things to do, let's talk about this later. Ronan perfunctorily passed by and turned to leave. After hearing this, the monk suddenly changed his face and sneered. Fellow Taoist, let me tell you directly, those who draw talismans in the East District of Shantytown must worship the leader of the sect Talisman Master. I advise you, fellow Taoist, not to refuse a toast. You killed the 3 talisman masters in the Bingzahao market, right? They are from our Talisman Master Association. However, the fact that you were able to kill those 3 people shows that you are quite powerful. And those 3 people may have offended you first. So, the sect president will not pursue the matter. The president appreciates you very much and asked me to pay attention to you. When I see you, I will invite you to join the Talisman Master Association. If you don't give me face, don't even think about selling talismans in the East District of Shantytown. Faced with the threat, Ronan's expression did not change, and he nodded and said, since that's the case. I don't know where the Talisman Master Association is located. I will visit the sect Talisman Master when I have time another day. He didn't know how powerful the Talisman Master Association was, so he couldn't break up with them. Seeing Ronan soften, the monk smiled and told Ronan the address of the Talisman Master Association. Daoyu, Master Zong and his fellow disciples are waiting for you to come. After the monk said this, he bowed and said goodbye. Ronan also pretended to say goodbye and then left the market. After he arrived at the C-shaped market, he exchanged for medium-grade spirit stones first. Today, the ratio of low-grade spirit stones to medium-grade spirit stones is 98:1. I made a lot of money by trading 2 low-grade spirit stones. Single quote. After Ronan made a joke in his heart, he went to find the stall selling the Flying Sword Talisman secret book. He quickly found the stall and saw that the Flying Sword Talisman secret book was still on it, so he felt relieved. Daoyu, can I see the Flying Sword Talisman secret book? Ronan said. Please. The stall owner handed the Flying Sword Talisman secret book to Ronan. The Flying Sword Talisman secret book on the stall was actually just a cover and 5 pages. The 5 pages were all about the ritual preparations for drawing talismans. Buyers will decide whether to buy based on these 5 pages. If they want to buy, after paying the money, the stall owner will hand over the remaining secrets. This is not only the Flying Sword Talisman secret book, but also the secret books on the stall. This is to prevent some monks with excellent memory from flipping through the secret book and memorizing all the contents of the secret book. However, it is also because you can only see the full secret book after paying. This gives some stall owners the opportunity to cheat. Therefore, whether you can buy a real secret book, luck plays a big role. This also makes the secret books on the stall not so easy to sell. Ronan looked at these 5 pages and saw that the paper was yellowed and simple, and the content on it was correct. But he couldn't be 100% sure that after paying the money, the stall owner would take out the secret book of the Flying Sword Talisman. It could also be a first-level low-grade talisman secret book, and the one drawn might be a first-level low-grade talisman such as the Cleansing Talisman. However, if the secret book is fake, I can tell at a glance. Single quote. Ronan analyzed this person and knew that he was just a cultivator at the 4th level of Qi refining. If he found out that the secret book was fake, he would beat this person up immediately, and not only take back his own money, but also take the money on this person as compensation. Okay, I'll buy this secret book. Ronan took out the middle-grade spirit stone. The stall owner couldn't help but be delighted when he heard it. This secret book has been on display for several days, and there are several people who want to buy it, but they all said they want to read other pages before buying. He refused, and these people left for fear of buying a fake secret book. The stall owner quickly took out a thin stack of yellowed paper without a cover from the bag behind him and handed it to Ronan. Ronan took it and immediately flipped through it. His amulet drawing skills have reached the master level. He soon saw whether this talisman book was real or fake. It's the real thing. Single quote. Ronan stuffed the Flying Sword Talisman secret book into his bag. After the secret book was put into the bag, he put it into the storage black ring on his left ring finger. Then, He left the stall and walked towards the exit of the market. As he was walking, he suddenly saw Lin Shan also visiting the market. Lin Shan also saw Ronan, so he waved, walked up, and said with a fist, "Dao Yu Luo." "Deacon Lin." Ronan also returned the greeting with a fist. "Dao Yu Luo, it's almost noon, you haven't eaten yet." Lin Shan smiled, and the flesh on his fat face squeezed slightly. "My family brewed some green bamboo wine, which was opened the day before yesterday, and someone gave me a chicken fed with spiritual rice. I offended you a lot in my words last time, why don't I treat you to a lunch today as an apology?" Seeing Lin Shan so attentive, Ronan naturally wanted to see if he could get close to Master Luo. He wanted to refuse, but changed his mind. Lin Shan is the steward of the Yu family who manages a region of spiritual fields. He must be well informed. Maybe he knows about the Zong Fu Master. Luo Nan wanted to know the details of the Fu Master Association and the Zong Fu Master, so he agreed to Lin Shan. The two of them left the market together and walked towards Lin Shan's shed. As the steward of the Yu family, Lin Shan lived in a good shed. Although it was a shed, it was clean, spacious, and had 2 floors. The first floor was where Lin Shan, as the steward of the Yu family, handled affairs and received visitors. The second floor was where Lin Shan lived. The second floor had a spacious balcony, and looking out, you could see the blue sky, white clouds, sheds, and ridges. Lin Shan's dining table is placed on the balcony. Ronan thought that Lin Shan must be very comfortable sitting at the dining table every day, drinking and eating while looking at the scenery of the shanty town. Lin Shan is a good cook. After working for a while, Lin Shan brought out a dish of drunken chicken made with spiritual wine and a plate of stir-fried vegetables with spiritual herbs. When Lin Shan was cooking just now, he and Ronan were chatting wordlessly. Ronan knew that Lin Shan was also a monk in the shanty town. Later, he was selected by the Yu family and went to work in the mansion area. And he married a wife in the mansion area and gave birth to a daughter. Lin Shan looks like he is only in his 40s, but in fact, he is already in his 60s. He married in his early 50s and his daughter is now 16. The daughter's talent in cultivating immortals is above average, much better than that of the couple. Now, he was arranged by the Yu family to be the manager of the spiritual field, working in the shanty area, and could rest once every 10 days. You can return to the rented mansion in the mansion area and meet your wife and daughter. "Oh, I don't know how many years I have to do it before I can return to the mansion area." Lin Shan said that in the shantytown area, not only could one not see his wife and daughter, but the aura concentration was also not as good as in the mansion area. Living there for many years will affect his cultivation progress. Lin Shan sighed while pouring wine for Ronan. The wine is poured into a white porcelain cup, showing a light cyan color. This is the Qingzu wine brewed by Lin Shan. Seal the spiritual rice into the spiritual bamboo planted by Lin Shan himself. After 99 and 81 days, it will become wine. The aroma of wine spreads around. "Friend Luo, cheers." Ronan also picked up his wine glass and touched it with Lin Shan. Immediately, he drank all the wine. A hot and mellow taste went straight down the throat. Suddenly, Ronan felt the magic power in his dantian became active. After eating the food and drinking a few more drinks, Ronan asked, "I wonder if Deacon Lin knows about the Talisman Masters Association and the Zong Talisman Masters." Lin Shan's fat face turned red after drinking some wine. After listening to Ronan's words, his originally hazy eyes suddenly condensed. "You know how to draw talismans. Someone from the Talisman Masters Association is looking for you." Ronan nodded. Lin Shan continued. "Zong Talisman Master, called Zong Ellen, has good cultivation. He is a monk at the 7th level of Qi refining. His attainments in Fudao are even more famous in Shanty East District. He can draw a lot of talismans. He can draw extremely low-grade first-level talismans, such as cleaning talismans, deodorizing talismans, lighting talismans, etc. He can draw first-level mid-level talismans, such as amulets, light body talismans, freezing talismans, etc., better than ordinary talisman drawing experts. He is especially good at drawing amulets. Sometimes, when he draws amulets, he can even draw a few masterpieces. The power of the amulets is much more powerful than those drawn by ordinary experienced hands. This is also the reason why he is famous in the talisman master profession. If middle-level qi refining monks like us buy the amulets he draws when he performs exceptionally well, we may be able to save our own lives when sects fight and enemies seek revenge. His drawing of first-grade high-grade talismans is just average. Compared with some great talisman masters who are famous in Shanti East District, he is a few steps behind. So, he can only bully the talisman master who can draw at most a first-level mid-grade talisman. As long as these talisman masters go to the market to set up stalls, they will be noticed by the Talisman Masters Association, and then they will be forcibly pulled into the association. Become Zhong Lin's disciple, or adopted son. After entering the meeting, I will not only dedicate my knowledge of talisman painting to Zhong Lin. Also, 10% of the income from selling the talismans in the future must also be filial piety to Zhong Lin. After hearing this, Ronan felt relieved. A monk at the 7th level of qi refining is not a threat to him. Moreover, this talisman master's attainments in talisman are not as good as his. According to what Lin Shan said, Zhong talisman master can only draw the amulet written by the master sometimes. And his amulet attainments have reached the master level. In addition, he used animal skins as talisman skins, which made the talismans even more powerful. Today, I also got the talisman book of the first-grade high-grade talisman Flying Sword Talisman. Single quote. If I upgrade the Flying Sword Talisman to the master level and use animal skin as the talisman skin. Single quote. This flying sword should be able to break through the power of a master level amulet. Single quote. In this way, this Zongalin has nothing to fear. Single quote. Purchasing Warcraft materials and growing the Immortality tree in the Wizarding world costs a lot of Valente gold coins. He had planned to earn spiritual stones in the world of cultivating immortals, exchange them for gold nuggets, and then take them to the Wizarding world to exchange them for Valente gold coins. This Zhong Lin was not very strong, but he still wanted to block his way of making money. He was just lighting a lantern in the toilet, seeking death. After Ronan and Lin Shan had a few more drinks, they finished the dishes on the table and said goodbye to each other. Triumph City, small attic. Ronan changes back into Wizarding world attire. I untied my hair, put on a classical robe, and wore straw sandals. The image is like those knowledgeable bachelors in Triumph City. He went out and bought back the parchment and chicken. Prepare the talisman ink, cut the parchment paper, and start drawing the talisman. He vomited it out several times, rubbed his face with his hands, made a secret, and chanted a mantra in his mouth. The ceremony before starting to draw the Flying Sword Talisman. This was his first time to draw the Flying Sword Talisman. In order to avoid failure, he had done all the ritual steps. Then, he picked up the Langhao pen and dipped the end of the pen into talisman ink. Concentrate and calm down, use the magic power on the tip of the pen, and point on the parchment. Suddenly, the Zhengjin Qi in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, that is, the metallic particles in the energy particles, gathered towards the tip of the pen. He followed the instructions in the talisman book, moving his pen fast and slow. After about an incense stick of time, the talisman head, talisman core, and talisman foot were completed. Ronan pulled and lifted the wolf hair brush. There was a flash of light at the end of the stroke. It's done. Single quote. Ronan exhaled. Flying Sword Talisman, 1% for beginners. The dense strokes of the Flying Sword Talisman are combined, like a scarlet short sword. Try the talisman. Single quote. Ronan's heart moved, and he returned to the world of cultivation. At this time, he was in a deep mountain forest outside the return to the True Sect's fairyland, and there was thick fog in the forest. Ronan took out the jade pendant of the Liu family ancestor, and the thick fog separated to the left and right. He walked in the opposite direction of the return to the True Sect's fairyland and got out of the fog array. Then, he took out the newly drawn Flying Sword Talisman from the storage black ring. He held the Flying Sword Talisman between the index and middle fingers of his right hand. He injected mana into the talisman and threw it out. The talisman, which was activated by mana, immediately turned into a short sword shining with silver light in the air after leaving Ronan's hand, and shot straight towards a tree trunk. Thump! The short sword shot into the tree trunk and sank to the handle. Not long after, a puff of silver smoke rose from the short sword and soon dissipated. This Flying Sword Talisman is good. After killing someone, it won't leave any traces. Single quote. Ronan thought as he watched this scene. Okay, let's go back and continue to work hard. Single quote. Ronan's heart moved and he returned to the small attic. He picked up the talisman pen again, dipped it in talisman ink, and then wrote the talisman on the parchment again. As talismans were drawn one by one, the proficiency of the flying sword talisman improved. Talisman. Flying sword talisman, master level 86%. Amulet, 8% at grandmaster level. Light body talisman, grandmaster level 5%. A month has passed by in a hurry. These days, Ronan is extremely proficient in the 3 kinds of talismans. What he drew the most was the flying sword talisman. Therefore, among the 3 types of talismans, the flying sword talisman improves the fastest. Now that he can draw talismans to earn spirit stones, exchange them for gold, anti-aging agents and blackening agents, he no longer refines them. When Paul couldn't get the goods from Ronan, he gradually calmed down from the urge to make money. He had already made a lot of money selling anti-aging agents and anti-blackening agents some time ago. This amount of money is enough to support his wizard training for a long period of time. He finally remembered that he came to Triumph City to become a legendary wizard and restore the glory of his family. Not to be a businessman who smells like copper. In the past few days, in order to make money, his wizard training had fallen behind a lot. Ronan, starting from tomorrow, I will work hard. When I become a legendary wizard, I will protect you. In the tavern, Paul pushed away the woman sitting on his lap with only a hair on his head and spoke to Ronan. At night, the candles were dimly lit, and crackling sounds could be heard from time to time on the candle wicks. Ronan wrote, dipped in ink, and drew symbols. As the talisman pen moves around, the talisman head, gall bladder, and talisman foot gradually take shape on the rectangular parchment paper. Put together, it looks like a small dark red sword. Brush. When it came to the last stroke, Ronan pulled down the talisman and finally mentioned it suddenly. At the end of the stroke, a flash of inspiration occurred. Flying sword talisman, grandmaster level 1%. Finally, the flying sword talisman has reached the grandmaster level. Single quote. Ronan exhaled. It's time to buy some monster skins, make them into rune skins, and draw the flying sword runes on them. Single quote. But first we have to go to the world of cultivating immortals to redeem some gold nuggets. Single quote. It was late at night in the world of cultivating immortals at this time, and the market was not open, so he planned to leave again tomorrow. The next morning, Ronan had pigeon meat pie and sweet fruit wine for breakfast. After eating and drinking, he traveled to the world of cultivating immortals. After entering the Wanjun sect immortal domain, he went straight to Fangxi. He first rented a carriage in Fangxi, then went to a shed made of wood, went in, and converted all 10 low-grade spiritual stones into gold nuggets. He packed the gold nuggets separately in several sacks, loaded them into the carriage, and then drove the carriage out of the city. It is planned to put it into the storage black ring after it leaves the immortal domain of Wanjun sect. Fellow Taoist, long time no see. When Ronan heard someone saying hello, he turned around and saw that it was the monk he had seen in Yijiaofeng City that day who invited him to join the Talisman Master Guild. I don't know whether this monk calls Master Zongfu, Master, or Father. Fellow Taoist, why haven't you paid a visit to Zongfu Master during this time? Your foster father is very concerned about you. The monk said. Ronan pointed to the sack on the carriage. I don't plan to become an immortal anymore. Look, I exchanged all the spiritual stones into gold nuggets, and plan to exchange them for silver notes in the secular world. The monk smiled and said, you were really joking, fellow Taoist. But more than a month ago, my brother was in the market and saw that fellow Taoist bought a flying sword talisman secret book. Ronan smiled back. Yes, I have been drawing the flying sword talisman for more than a month, but the progress is not good, so I feel discouraged and don't want to practice immortality anymore. Instead of practicing hard for 100 years and dying here, it is better to go to the secular world and live happily for 40 or 50 years. The monk listened and sneered in his heart. The flying sword talisman is a first-level high-quality talisman. Even the talisman master can't guarantee that he can draw it every time, let alone you. However, Ronan can draw a first-level mid-level talisman after all, which is a bright money tree. He will try his best to drag him into the Talisman Masters Association. My adoptive father has great experience in painting first-level high-quality talismans. Why don't you come with me to the Talisman Masters Association and visit your adoptive father? My foster father is most willing to teach the younger generations. With the guidance of my adoptive father, maybe you can draw the flying sword talisman. Thank you, fellow Taoist. I'm so disappointed by my talent for talismans that I don't want to draw talismans anymore. Ronan waved his hand and turned to leave. The monk watched Ronan drive away in the carriage, his hands in his sleeves clenched into fists. He wanted to take Ronan away by force, but thinking that Ronan could kill 3 talisman masters at the same time, he must have some means, so he refrained from taking action. After Ronan returned to the wizarding world, he exchanged the gold nuggets into Valente gold coins and started buying Warcraft skins. He walked around Diagon Alley and looked at several stalls buying Warcraft skins, but he didn't see anything he was satisfied with. Now that he has 3,000 Valant gold coins, he naturally wants to buy better monster skins. The monster skins for sale at the stalls in Diagon Alley today were not as good as the emerald monster skins he bought last time. I wonder where there are monster skins for sale. Ronan thought about Paul again, and when it was almost 6 o'clock in the afternoon, he went to the Wild Deer Bar. The Wild Deer Bar is still filled with the smell of ale and wine, as well as the scent of women's spices. It was still filled with the laughter of men and women, as well as the mute sound of the bard strumming the strings. Ronan glanced at the bar and found that Paul was not there. This guy is serious. In fact, when Paul made such bold statements that day, Ronan didn't believe it. After all, in his previous life, he was thinking about studying hard one second and playing a game the next. Not only him, but also some celebrities in the previous life are no exception. Ronan walked out of the tavern, walked through the gate of the middle city, arrived at the lower city, and headed towards Paul's residence. Paul lives in a small bungalow in the lower city. It is located in a remote area and is very quiet. Ronan turned into the alley, arrived at Paul's bungalow, and knocked on Paul's door. After a while, a question came from the room. Who? Me, Ronan. Yes. Squeak. Paul opened the door, revealing a haggard face and a pair of eyes full of red bloodshot. The curly hair on his head was messy like a bird's nest. Paul let Ronan into the house. All the windows in the house were closed, isolating the sunlight and sound outside. In the house, there were only 3 candles burning on the candlesticks, emitting a faint light. Ronan saw that there was a wooden tray about 1 square meter in the house, filled with dry sand, and a branch on the side. In the dry sand, various symbols were written and lines were drawn. Ronan immediately realized that Paul was deducing a witchcraft model. After all, his breeding technique had already constructed a witchcraft model, and he was quite familiar with it. Parchment is not cheap, so it can't be used as a manuscript paper. Paul used this sand table instead. Paul saw Ronan looking at the sand table, yawned, and a bad breath came out. I am deducing the witchcraft model of the first level spell, fire throwing. I have tried to construct it in my mind more than 10 times these days, but I have never succeeded. There are always problems at several nodes. At this time, Paul scratched his hair, and another strange smell came out. If I can successfully construct it, I can cast witchcraft instantly. By the way, what do you want me to do? I won't go to eat and drink, I don't have time. Paul flicked the dandruff between his fingernails. Ronan asked, besides Diagon Alley, where else can I buy Warcraft materials? To buy Warcraft skins, what kind of medicine are you going to make recently? Paul asked, but he didn't want the answer, and then said, there is a butcher shop in the northern part of the lower city. The butcher is easy to recognize, a 2-meter-tall strong man. His butcher shop sells livestock meat openly. Secretly, it sells some Warcraft materials. You can go there and take a look. Then Paul told Ronan the address of the butcher shop. Triumph City, Lower City, North District, Market. Ronan came to the butcher shop. There were many people patronizing the shop, and the noise was noisy and chaotic. The butcher shop was quite large, 3 times the size of the shop next door. There were 5 strong men of 1.8 and 1.9 meters in height busy in the shop. In the shop, there were skinned and gutted pigs, cows, and sheep hanging on iron hooks. I want to find your boss, Tosh in hand. Ronan walked up and said to a strong man. Paul Wilson introduced me here. It's that kid. Bang. The strong man chopped the pork on the chopping board while talking to Ronan. With one knife, the meat scraps flew. Wait a minute, I'll go find the boss. The strong man said, and chopped the pork knife again, chopping it into the chopping board. He wiped the grease off his hands with his apron and walked into the shop. After a while, he walked back. Go inside, the boss is in the backyard. Ronan walked into the shop, passing by the racks with raw meat hanging on them, and his nose was filled with the smell of meat. He held his breath and walked to the end of the shop. Seeing only a small door, he walked in. After going out of the small door and walking through a corridor, there was a small courtyard. A 2-meter tall man was lying on a recliner, basking in the sun. He had a pipe in his mouth, puffing out smoke. The man looked about 40 years old, with a face full of flesh, a bit of fierceness, and a murderous aura. This man, like him, also had black hair and black pupils, and had a Chinese look in his previous life. His hair was tied back together, and his eyebrows were like 2 big knives, hanging above his brow bones. His eyes were slightly narrowed because of the enjoyment of tobacco, and his pupils were shining. When Ronan saw him, he called up Hongmeng and analyzed it. The information flow in his mind showed that this man had a strength of more than 60, but his spirit was not high, and his magic power was 0. When this person saw Ronan coming, he sat up from the recliner, opened his eyes a little wider, and looked at Ronan. Did Paul introduce you here? Yes. Come with me. Tosh in hand stood up from the recliner and stood in front of Ronan like a small mountain. Then, he turned around and walked to the side with Ronan. As he walked, he puffed on his cigarette. Why haven't I seen Paul come to sell anti-aging agents recently? The 2 bottles I sold to my wife before are almost used up. Can you help me tell Paul to bring a few more bottles? Okay, Ronan said. He didn't want to tell this person that he was a pharmacist. He would tell Paul the truth about this, and as for whether Paul could deliver it, that was Paul's business. Not long after, Toshin took Ronan to a dark room. The peculiar smell in the room was stronger than what he smelled in the store just now. Pieces of slightly processed Warcraft materials were placed in the room. Ronan looked around the room for a while, and analyzed various magic beast materials with the help of Hongmeng. The quality of these magic beast materials was better than that of the emerald magic snake, and some were worse, so it was really difficult to choose. What do you want to buy? Seeing that Ronan looked for a while and did not ask for the price, Toshin said. Monster skin. How big do you want it to be, and how much do you plan to pay? Ronan thought for a while, and then said, I only plan to pay 2,700 Valent gold coins. Toshin took the cigarette holder out of his mouth and pointed to the layers of animal skins on one side. 2,700 Valent gold coins can buy the skin of the first-level low-grade monster, woodland bear, over there. The amount purchased can make 150 sets of leather armor. As he said, he pointed to a gray monster skin. You can also buy a piece of monster skin of the second-level medium-grade monster, iron-armored bull. Use it to make leather armor, which can cover the chest part and can block a witchcraft attack from a formal wizard. Ronan looked at the iron-armored bull skin and thought that he could draw 6 talismans from it. However, the second-level monster skin is of high quality, and the talismans drawn from it will be much more powerful. Drawing 6 high-quality talismans can replace dozens of low-quality talismans. In the book of talisman leather making he got, one of the talisman leathers was to be made from blood-yellow cowhide. He could make the iron-armored wild cowhide into talisman leather according to the talisman leather making method of blood-yellow cowhide. This is what I want, Ronan said. Toshin brought a sack and put the iron-armored wild cowhide in it. Ronan took out a voucher, borrowed a quill pen and ink from Toshin, wrote the amount, signed his name, stamped the family crest, and printed fingerprints. Toshin could use this voucher to go to the Lanny Vault in Midtown and withdraw 2,700 Valent gold coins. After the money and goods were settled, Ronan took the sack and left the butcher shop. Then, he went to Tom's pharmacy, bought the magic plant materials needed to make the tanning liquid, and then walked back to the small attic. In the evening, Ronan sat at the dining table, poured himself a glass of wine, and moistened his throat. After working for a long time, he finally tanned the armored bull hide and hung it on a rack. 3 days later, the hide was dried in the shade. Ronan used the elven dagger to cut the armored bull hide into rectangular pieces of talisman paper. After the talisman paper was cut, he prepared the talisman ink and prepared to draw the talisman. He planned to use these 6 pieces of talisman paper to draw the flying sword talisman. After all, he already had tens of thousands of amulets and lightweight amulets from entry level to master level. He had no shortage of these 2 types of amulets. What he lacked now was a long-range attack method. If he could draw the flying sword amulet with these 6 second-level magic beast amulet skins, then these 6 flying sword amulets would be his trump card. Ronan picked up the wolf hair brush, dipped it in the amulet ink mixed with cinnabar and chicken blood, and used his magic power to connect the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Suddenly, the Jengjin Qi in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered towards the tip of the brush, and as he wrote, it was injected into the amulet paper. The reason why the amulets drawn on high-quality amulet paper are of higher quality is that they can carry more spiritual energy of heaven and earth. With the second-level magic beast amulet skin, Ronan could deliver more magic power, and the time the tip of the brush stayed on the amulet paper was slightly longer, so that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth could be fully injected into the amulet skin. After about half an hour, the 6 flying sword amulets were drawn. The armored bull's demon hide belongs to the metal element, which is compatible with the Jengjin Qi. More Jengjin Qi can be condensed in the talisman. The power of these 6 talismans is much greater than Ronan originally expected. Ronan wanted to try the talisman, but he held back when he thought of the preciousness of these 6 talismans. After putting the 6 talismans into the black storage ring, he went to bed, sat cross-legged, and began to practice the ancient wood longevity skill to restore his spirit and mana. When drawing the talisman, a lot of spirit and mana were spent, and when using the talisman, the spirit and mana consumption was less. Ronan's 5 hearts were facing the sky, breathing slowly. The surrounding heaven and earth spiritual energy gathered towards him. With the feedback of the natal longevity sapling, his spirit and mana recovered quite quickly. His own cultivation was also gradually increasing. Spiritual plant. The life-giving tree. Year 43. Ronan refines growth-promoting agents every day and performs growth-promoting magic. The life-giving tree seedling is now as long as a palm. The rhizome is dark brown, with 6 branches and a few green leaves on them. At first glance, this seedling is inconspicuous. After all, there are too many magic plants in the wizarding world. A tree that is only 43 years old is very common among magic plants. There are also many magic plants that are 100 years old. There are several magic plants that are hundreds of years old in the potted plants in the house of the female druid Awen. These magic plants have even awakened some consciousness. Awen said that some of the magic plants were grown with the help of nobles for money. As long as the age of the magic plant is accelerated to 1,000 years, the consciousness of the magic plant is fully awakened, and it can become a loyal little tree man who protects the nobles. The tree man grows very fast. In a few years, he will grow up and have good fighting power. The first magic plant in the wizard world, the elf treasure tree of the elf kingdom, has existed for tens of thousands of years and has been supplying magic power to the elf kingdom and empowering the elves. In the morning, Ronan sat cross-legged on the bed and practiced the ancient wood longevity technique. Suddenly, the speed at which he absorbed and refined the spiritual energy of heaven and earth became faster. Ancient wood longevity technique has broken through again. Ancient wood longevity technique, 6th level 1% up pointing arrow. Not only the ancient wood longevity technique, yesterday, he felt that his cultivation had reached the bottleneck of the 5th level of Qi refining. He estimated that the breakthrough in the realm of cultivation would also be today. Ronan was not impatient, but just breathed in and out slowly. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth that he refined, as well as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth fed back by his natal longevity tree, merged together in his dantian and swirled endlessly. After about an incense stick of time, the mana in the dantian suddenly shook. The verdant mana mist became thicker. Cultivation realm. Qi refining level 6. Ronan adjusted his physical values again. Lifespan. 150 up pointing arrow. Strength. 7.5 up pointing arrow. Spirit. 10.0 up pointing arrow. Mana. 9.0 up pointing arrow. Looking at his strength of only 7.5, Ronan couldn't help but think of the butcher's shop owner Toshin's strength of more than 60. This butcher has a story. Ronan thought. This strength of more than 60, either after long-term practice of the night-breathing method, or the body has been transformed. Since the wizard world has a way to transform the body, the world of cultivation may also have it. Single quote. He remembered that in the immortal cultivation novels of his previous life, in addition to the magic cultivation, there was also a kind of physical cultivation in the world of cultivation, which specialized in tempering the body. But novels are novels, and reality is reality. Now that he has really traveled to the world of cultivation, it is not surprising even if he finds that the world does not match the imagination of those novelists in his previous life. At present, he has visited the two markets of Yi and Bing, and has indeed not seen this kind of skill. Pay more attention in the future. Ronan stood up from the bed and stretched his body. Because he needed to buy alchemy materials and attend classes, his Valant gold coins were almost used up. There were only 2 low-grade spirit stones left in the storage black ring. It's time to earn spirit stones. Ronan took out the yellow talisman paper he bought in the market of Wanjun Sect's Fairyland from the storage black ring. After mixing the talisman ink, he began to draw talismans. Soon, he had drawn about 300 skilled level amulets and light body amulets. Afterwards, he changed his clothes, and with a thought, he traveled to the world of cultivation. Wanjun Sect's Fairyland, East District of the Shed, C-shaped market. After Ronan found a stall, he spread out the old cloth. Put out a pile of talismans and press them with stones. Take out another piece of paper, which read, selling amulets and light body amulets, 12 pieces for 1 low-grade spirit stone. Because the price of talismans is lower than the market price, many people come to inquire. An old customer of Ronan passed by and saw that the price of Ronan's talismans was still low. After a few words of greeting, he bought about 30 talismans. Hey, the amulets sold by this stall owner are good. I used them last time and killed a robbery cultivator. After paying the spirit stone, the old customer casually said to the person next to him. Daoyu, are you a shill? A cultivator questioned. If you don't believe it, then you don't have to buy it. The old customer left a sentence and walked away. After walking a few steps, he was suddenly stopped by another cultivator. Daoyu, please stay. What does the robbery cultivator you killed look like? I was robbed some time ago and lost a lot of property. If you get it, can you give it back to me? With the old customer promoting Ronan, Ronan's talismans are selling better. After about an incense stick of time, someone suddenly walked to Ronan's stall. Daoyu, didn't you say you won't draw talismans or cultivate immortality in the future? The man who came was the cultivator who had invited Ronan to join the Talisman Master Association many times before. He looked down at Ronan with a sneer on his face. In this C-shaped market, in addition to Ronan, there are 2 stalls selling skilled level amulets and light body amulets respectively. The stall owners of these 2 stalls are not talisman masters, but talisman sellers hired by the sect talisman master. They sell talismans drawn by the sect talisman master. Today, they saw Ronan coming to the market and selling talismans at a lower price, so they couldn't sell all the talismans in their hands. So, one of them went to the Talisman Master Association and informed the people of the Talisman Master Association of this situation. After hearing this, the cultivator Chen Xin, who had invited Ronan many times before, came to the C-shaped market. The spiritual stone I exchanged for gold is not enough to be used in the secular world, Ronan said with a smile. After hearing this, Chen Xin still sneered. Since Taoist friends want to sell talismans, they have to come and pay homage to the talisman master of my foster father's sect. Let's wait until I sell out the talismans before we talk, Ronan said. Chen Xin snorted softly. I said before, if you don't pay a visit to my adoptive father, you won't be able to sell talismans in the East District of the shack. Don't make us destroy your stall. Following Chen Xin now are the 2 monks hired by the talisman master to help sell talismans. Although these 2 monks are only at the 2nd level of qi refining, they have good combat effectiveness after using the talismans given by the Zong talisman master. Therefore, Chen Xin became more stubborn and planned to join forces with the 3 of them to take Ronan away by force. Okay, Ronan collected the old rags and wrapped up the unsold talismans. I will go with you to meet the talisman master. Chen Shin's eyes were cold. My foster father is a well-known figure in the Fu Master community in the East District of Shanwu District. If you still want to stay in the Wanjun sect immortal domain in the future, I advise you not to use this attitude when you meet him later. Lead the way. Ronan tied up the baggage, put it on himself, and said to Chen Shin. Chen Shin sneered and walked ahead. The other 2 monks walked behind Ronan. The 3 men vaguely surrounded Ronan. Yes, another talisman master who was forcibly dragged into the Talisman Masters Association. You may not be able to buy talismans at today's price in the future. Some monks watched Ronan and the 3 people leaving, talking and shaking their heads. Ronan and the others left Fangxi and walked for about a stick of incense before arriving at the Talisman Master Association. The Talisman Masters Association is a wooden mansion. Although the spaciousness and grandeur of this wooden mansion are average, it is very conspicuous in the shanty town that is generally composed of simple shacks. There are 2 minions guarding the door of the Fu Master Association. Ronan scanned these 2 minions with his consciousness and immediately knew that they were both at the first level of chi refining. When the 2 minions saw Chen Shin coming, they immediately called, Brother Shin. Just now on the road, Ronan secretly used 2 animal skin master level amulets and 2 animal skin master level light body amulets on his body. Because the power of these 2 talismans is invisible and colorless. But after using the amulet, the power will wrap around the whole body, and the soles of the feet will float slightly off the ground. Ronan used his mental power to weaken the strength of his feet. Therefore, the soles of his feet were almost touching the ground, and Chen and Shin could not detect with the naked eye that he had used the talisman. The 3 of them, Chen Shin, had been covering Ronan with their spiritual consciousness just now. But Ronan's cultivation level was higher than that of these 3 people. After releasing his spiritual consciousness, he blocked the 3 people's spiritual consciousness. The 3 people's consciousness swept back and forth on Ronan's body, but nothing could be detected. Brother Shin, my adoptive father has ordered that new arrivals must be searched. After the 2 glanced at Ronan, one of them said. Okay, Chen Shin said and winked at the other 4 people. At the same time, he touched his own clothes with his right hand and found 3 skilled level amulets, injected them with mana, and used them secretly for himself. After all, Ronan was a ruthless man who could kill 3 talisman masters, so of course he had to defend himself. When the 2 minions at the door saw Chen Shin's look, they realized that the newcomer in front of them might be someone who was willing to come to pay homage to the Zong Talisman Master, so they also took it seriously. They also touched their waist pouches, and through the waist pouches, they input mana into a skilled level amulet. Suddenly, there was a thin film of strength that enveloped the 2 of them. At the same time, they secretly mobilized their true energy. They came to the immortal domain of Wanjun sect and were the top martial arts masters of Liang Kingdom in the secular world. If they sense something is wrong, they will use Qinggong to avoid it. Fellow Taoist, raise your hands, this is the rule. Chen Shin approached Ronan and said when he saw that Ronan was incooperative. Okay. Ronan raised his left and right hands to both sides. The sleeve robe that originally covered his right hand slipped, exposing his hand. Chen Shin and the others immediately saw that Ronan's right index finger and middle finger held a talisman. The head, gall and feet on the talisman form a small bright red sword. Flying sword talisman. The 4 of them, Chen and Shin, were frightened and hurriedly flew back, trying to distance themselves before counter-attacking. Chen Shin immediately stretched his hand into his clothes and touched the place where the light body charm was placed. But the next moment, the flying sword talisman in Ronan's hand turned into a small silver sword. Driven by Ronan's mental power, a silver arc drew in the air. The silver arc just passed by the necks of Chen and Shin. The power of the amulets on the 4 people is like air, and has no hindrance to the flying sword. Tuck 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 tuck, sounded 4 times. However, the heads of 4 people fell off their necks and hit the ground with 4 muffled sounds. While the effect of the flying sword talisman was still on, Ronan put the flying sword under his sleeve. He temporarily abandoned the 4 corpses and ran towards the Talisman Master Association. With the power of the light body talisman, he ran, and an afterimage emerged from his figure. There are not many people in the Talisman Master Association, and those who stay here are all Zhong Lin's cronies. Seeing Ronan running in, someone immediately asked. While asking, they touched the freezing talisman and fire talisman on his body. After touching it, he was immediately excited and threw it towards Ronan. However, Ronan was extremely fast, and all these blasts of ice and fire were thrown behind Ronan and missed. Ronan's consciousness was fully activated, and he could see everything within 60 meters of him. He ran straight into the depths of the wooden house. After entering 2 doors, he saw a monk who looked to be in his 50s and had gray hair on his temples, standing up from a sour wooden chair. At this time, on the tea table next to the sour wood chair, there was an exquisite purple sandpot with spiritual tea brewing in it, and the fragrance of the tea was overflowing. Ronan's spiritual consciousness scanned this person and immediately knew that this person was at the 7th level of chi refining. His age and cultivation matched the information of Lin Shan's Zong Talisman Master. A monk with low spiritual power cannot use his spiritual consciousness to detect a monk with high spiritual power. But although Ronan's realm was lower than the person in front of him, his mental power was higher than this person. With a sweep of his spiritual consciousness, he found out this person's cultivation level. But Zong Talisman Master, Ronan asked after seeing this person. Who are you? Zong Lin saw that this person was approaching menacingly, and his spiritual consciousness could not detect the reality of this person, so he couldn't help but feel a bit of fear in his heart. In fact, he has always been timid. When he heard a noise outside, he immediately used 2 master-level amulets and 2 master-level light amulets for himself. A master-level first-level mid-level talisman can only be drawn when he is in excellent condition. He doesn't have many such master-level first-level middle-grade talismans on his body. He used 4 of them at once, which was considered to be the use of most of his wealth. Zong Lin was frightened when he saw the evil look on Ronan's face, so he flew back while getting the talisman from the storage bag. Ronan poured his spiritual power into the flying sword and waved his sleeves. Suddenly, a silver light flew out from his sleeves and went straight for Zong Lin's head. Zong Lin felt a chill on his neck, and he went crazy. He took out a bunch of amulets and light amulets from his storage bag and wanted to use them on himself. But as soon as he used his magic power, the silver light passed by his neck. The terrified expression on his face froze instantly. The head flew high, turned a few times in the air, and then fell to the ground. At this time, Zong Lin's 3 confidants rushed over. Seeing the scene of Zong Lin's head and body being separated, everyone widened their eyes and was very frightened. Suddenly, everyone turned around and wanted to leave. Ronan urged his mental power and pointed his hand. The flying sword turned into a silver light and flew towards the 3 people. Swish! The heads of 2 people were cut off by the flying sword. The legs of 1 person were cut off at the knees by the flying sword. The whole person fell to the ground, wailing non-stop. Ronan ran to the side of this person, picked him up, and then pointed at Zong Lin's body, as this person the Zong Fu master. Ronan didn't want to come here today, and he hadn't killed the real master yet, so he confirmed it again. Yes, yes, fellow Taoist, no, senior, spare my life. The man cried bitterly. Ronan slashed his hand, and a silver light flashed across the man's neck, ending his life. After losing his life, the man's body softened. Ronan let go of his hand and let the man's body fall. Then, he ran to Zong Lin's body and searched for things on Zong Lin's body. Soon, he found a storage bag. He stuffed the storage bag into his clothes and ran to other bodies. After searching for a while, he put all the things he got into the storage black ring. Then he ran in the wooden house while releasing his spiritual consciousness to search for things in the wooden house. After obtaining 2 bags of spirit stones hidden under the bed, he left the former site of the Talisman Master Association. After leaving the old site of the Talisman Master Association, Ronan's light body talisman power was still there, so he ran towards a small path. He ran for a distance and came to an uninhabited place, then stopped and began to check the things he got from the corpses. He first probed into Zong Lin's storage bag with his spirit. This was also a space of about 1 cubic meter. In this way, with the storage black ring, he could carry 2 cubic meters of things in the future. This saves a lot of gold coins. Single quote. In the wizard world, such a storage wizard device requires 7 or 8,000 Valand gold coins to buy. His storage black ring was also a bargain, so he could only bid for 3,005 gold coins. In the storage bag, there were 10 medium-grade spirit stones and 30 or so low-grade spirit stones. On the other side, there were 3 talisman secret books. One of the talisman secret books contained the drawing methods of 3 first-level upper-grade talismans. Golden Armor Talisman, Wind-Chasing Talisman, Flying Sword Talisman. He already knows how to use the Flying Sword Talisman. And the Golden Armor Talisman and Wind-Chasing Talisman are basically upgraded versions of the Bodyguard Talisman and the Light Body Talisman. Another talisman secret book contains the drawing methods of 4 first-level medium-grade talismans. Bodyguard Talisman, Light Body Talisman, Freezing Talisman, Flame Talisman. The last talisman secret book contains the drawing methods of 5 first-level low-grade talismans. Cleaning Talisman, Deodorizing Talisman, Illuminating Talisman, Stripping Talisman, Refreshing Talisman. In addition, there are the remaining talismans of Zonglin in the storage bag. There are about 1,000 first-level medium-grade talismans, such as Bodyguard Talismans. And there are less than 10 left that have reached the master level. This Zonglin is really, as Lin Shan said, he is really lame, there are so few master-level talismans. Single quote. Seeing that there are fewer talismans, Ronan couldn't help but curse in his heart. There were 2 more talismans, and Ronan recognized the strokes on them. They were the Golden Armor Talisman and the Wind-Chasing Talisman that he had just seen in the Talisman Secret Book. Why didn't Zonglin use them just now? Single quote. Could it be that the quality of these 2 talismans was too low, and Zonglin felt that their power was not as good as the master-level talisman and light body talisman he drew? Single quote. After looking at Zonglin's storage bag, he withdrew his mind and probed into the storage black ring to check other gains. Zonglin's apprentices, adopted sons, and hired people didn't have much stuff. Most of them had entry-level and skilled-level talismans, and there were few proficient-level ones. Then, the total number of spirit stones they had was only about 30 pieces, all of which were low-grade spirit stones. These people are really poor. Single quote. Ronan withdrew his mind from the storage black ring, shook his head, and ran back to the C-shaped market. He planned to continue selling talismans in the market. He went to the Talisman Master Association and returned, and soon someone would find the bodies of Zonglin and others. This would make people suspect that he killed these people. But he was not afraid of suspicion. Wanjun sect's fairyland is not the kingdom of the land in the wizard world, and there are no laws. Apart from Wanjun sect, the mansion area and the shanty area are just gathering places for casual cultivators who want to get spiritual energy. The reason why Wanjun sect kept these casual cultivators here is because these casual cultivators can mine, farm, and participate in sect fights for them. Wanjun sect only entrusted the immortal cultivation families in the mansion area to manage these 2 areas in a rough manner. As long as there are people mining, farming, and participating in sect fights, as for the vendettas of those casual cultivators, they don't want to care at all. If these casual cultivators cultivate to the middle stage of chi refining, they will have a lifespan of at least 100 years. And because they are immortal cultivators, they are physically strong and their childbearing age is extended a lot. Therefore, the population density of the mansion area and the shanty area has always been high. Even in some periods, it can be called overcrowded. Therefore, the Wanjun sect and the Shushan family really don't care much about killing people for revenge. Moreover, they are all cultivators who have to practice every day, and they won't spend time managing public security. Ronan learned from Lin Shan that Zonglin was just a 7th level chi refining talisman master, who did not have the support of Shushan family and Wanjun sect, and he had never heard that he had any relatives in Shushan family and sect. Killing him would not have a bad impact on him. On the contrary, he could monopolize the market of first-level middle-grade talismans such as amulets, light body talismans, flame talismans, and freezing talismans. While thinking, Ronan came to the C-shaped market. After finding a stall, he spread out the talismans and started selling them. Not only did he sell the talismans he drew, but he also sold the talismans he got from Zonglin and others. It took Ronan only half an hour from leaving with Chen Shin and others to returning. Some cultivators who saw Ronan leave before were still strolling in the market. They recognized Ronan, and when they saw him coming back, they were puzzled. Why did this guy come back so soon? Single quote. I guess he went to the Talisman Master meeting and became a disciple of Zongalin. Single quote. The monks guessed and walked to Ronan's stall to see that the price of the talismans sold there had not changed. But there were many more talismans on the stall than before. With so many talismans, I guess some of them were sold for Zongalin. Single quote. I don't know what this person said to Zongalin to lower the price of the talismans. Single quote. But it's a bargain for us monks. Single quote. The monks sold talismans to Ronan one after another. Ronan counted the talismans, handed them over, and collected the spirit stones skillfully. He had Hongmong, and he could tell how many talismans he had in his hand at a glance. He counted the talismans not for himself, but for the customers. At noon, Ronan felt hungry, so he closed the stall first and ordered a bowl of noodles in the Fengshi restaurant. The craftsmanship of making this noodle is the same as that of the snail noodle in the secular world. However, the noodle is made of spiritual rice, and the sour bamboo shoots, bean curd, etc. in the soup are also grown in the immortal domain of Wanjun sect, which contains spiritual energy. Ronan ate a bowl and felt unsatisfied, so he ordered 2 more bowls before giving up. After eating, he took out a deodorizing talisman from Zongalin's storage bag and slapped it on himself. Suddenly, there was no odor on his body. After paying the bill, he set up the stall again. However, when Ronan came back this time, some monks looked at him with a little strangeness in their eyes, like fear. After setting up the stall for a while, the noisy voices in the market suddenly weakened a lot. The crowd moved to both sides and made way. On the road, a burly man with a beard, biting a sugarcane, walked over with 2 younger brothers. Ronan scanned the area with his spiritual sense and knew that this person was the market manager he met when he first came to the market. Whenever this person and his younger brother passed by a stall, the younger brother would go up to the stall owner and ask for spiritual stones. None of the stall owners resisted and gave them all. At this time, 3 people passed by Ronan's stall. A younger brother walked up and was about to ask for spiritual stones. When he saw that it was Ronan, he was stunned for a moment and suddenly stopped. Then, he turned around and walked back to the market manager. The market manager glanced at the younger brother and asked, "What's wrong?" "Boss, weren't Master Zong Fu and his several disciples and adopted sons killed this morning?" The younger brother whispered. "Yes, so what?" The market manager frowned like a brush and asked. "I heard that this person killed them." The younger brother moved closer to the market manager and spoke in a mosquito-like voice. The pupils of the market manager couldn't help but dilate slightly after hearing what the younger brother said. Like the master of the talisman, he is also a cultivator of the 7th level of chi refining. Moreover, he doesn't have as many talismans as the master of the talisman. If this person can kill the master of the talisman, he can probably kill him too. Although he is the steward of the Yu family, unlike the master of the talisman, he has no power to back him up. But he is afraid that the man in front of him is a ruthless person who acts without thinking. He is afraid that if he accidentally offends this person will hate him and will kill him regardless of the consequences. "Why, boss, do you still want to collect spirit stones?" the younger brother said in the ear of the market manager. "Don't say it, go to the next stall." The market manager whispered and walked away. In fact, in the past few years when he managed this market, he collected spirit stones, and he could keep a part of them after paying the share of the Yu family. If he collected one less stall, he could still pay the share of the Yu family, but he suffered a little loss. "However, I can also share some of the monthly wages of my subordinates." The market manager thought secretly and walked to the next stall. The market manager refused to accept Ronan's spirit stones, which was seen by other monks, and immediately confirmed Ronan's brutal behavior. The fear in their eyes when they looked at Ronan was even stronger. A few monks who were timid but wanted to buy talismans stuttered when they talked to Ronan. It was almost evening, and the market was about to close. Ronan still had more than 600 talismans left. "However, if I exchange the spirit stones I earned today for gold, it will be enough for me to use for a while," Ronan thought, and went to the gold exchange shop in the market, exchanged the gold, put it in the storage bag, and left. After leaving the immortal realm of the Wanjun sect, he returned to the wizard world with a thought. Ronan exchanged the gold for valiant gold coins. Part of it was deposited in the Lani vault, and the other part was used to buy various things needed for cultivation. Parchment, chicken, potion materials, etc. After returning to the small attic, he took out Zhong Lin's talisman book and looked at it carefully. Whether it was the first-level lower-grade cleaning talisman, deodorizing talisman, lighting talisman, stripping talisman and refreshing talisman, or the first-level middle-grade freezing talisman and flame talisman, he wanted to practice them. After all, more skills are better than less. Moreover, these talismans are of lower grade, so it won't take him much time to grind them. More than a month passed before he knew it. Ronan called up Hongmeng and adjusted his own values. Cleaning talisman, perfect. Deodorizing talisman, perfect. Lighting talisman, perfect. Stripping talisman, perfect. Refreshing talisman, perfect. These 5 talismans, with his master level of first level upper grade talismans, can be grinded very quickly. In just 1 month, he has reached perfection. With the cleaning talisman, deodorizing talisman and stripping talisman, his daily life became much more convenient and saved a lot of time. He also worked on the flame talisman and the freezing talisman. Flame talisman, Grandmaster 5%. Freezing talisman, Grandmaster 2%. The talisman and the light body talisman were not put down. The talisman, Grandmaster 96%. The light body talisman, Grandmaster 82%. These 2 talismans are moving towards perfection. According to the experience of working on proficiency in the past, the higher the proficiency of a skill, the faster the progress will be when working on another similar skill. If he first works on the talisman and the light body talisman to perfection, the speed will be faster when working on the golden armor talisman and the wind-chasing talisman. While drawing the talisman, he did not give up the growth of his natal immortal tree. Witchcraft. Growth technique, Grandmaster 2%. Knowledge. Magic plant science, Master 23%. Pharmacy, Master 42%. Pharmacy. Growth agent, Master 2%. These subjects have made progress. Because the growth spell is a first-level medium spell, and he casts it every night, his proficiency improves faster. This night, as usual, Ronan prepared 3 bottles of growth accelerator and slowly poured them on the natal immortal tree. He could feel that the natal immortal tree was greedily absorbing the growth accelerator liquid. A vigorous vitality was beating like a heart in the natal immortal tree. Then, Ronan cast the growth spell on the natal immortal tree. After injecting mana into the witchcraft model, the magic of the growth spell wrapped the roots of the natal immortal tree. Green light shone in the soil. Ronan tried to cast the growth spell on the weeds on the ground. Under the magic of his master-level growth spell, the weeds grew and spread rapidly. But the natal immortal tree did not change significantly under the magic. Perhaps the upper limit of the natal immortal tree is much higher than that of the weeds. The breeding technique, a first-level low-level witchcraft, naturally could not cause much change to the natal immortal tree. However, Ronan could still feel that the natal immortal tree was growing slowly. He called up the value and saw that the age of the natal immortal tree was gradually increasing. Spiritual plant. Natal immortal tree. Age. 59 up pointing arrow. Ronan continued to perform the breeding technique, and after a while, he saw that the age of the natal immortal tree jumped from 59 to 60. Suddenly, a strange feeling arose in his heart. He immediately realized that a new connection had been established between him and the natal immortal tree. It seems that I can release my spiritual consciousness through the natal immortal tree. Single quote. This feeling came naturally without anyone telling him. He tried to inject his spirit into the tree of immortality, and then released his spiritual consciousness. The next moment, an invisible spiritual wave spread out from the tree of immortality as the center. It just covered more than 60 meters, the same range of his spiritual consciousness. It works. Single quote. At the same time, he also released his spiritual consciousness, and another circle of spiritual waves spread out from his forehead. Releasing spiritual consciousness with the tree of immortality does not affect my own release of spiritual consciousness. Single quote. It just consumes 2 spiritual forces. Single quote. As Ronan analyzed, a thought suddenly came to his mind. I wonder if I can release spiritual consciousness through the tree of immortality after I go to the world of immortal cultivation. Single quote. Thinking of this, he moved his mind and traveled to the deep mountains and old forests outside the immortal domain of Wanjun sect. Then, he used his spirit. The tree of immortality in the small attic immediately produced a spiritual wave. It works. Single quote. In Ronan's mind, he could sense everything more than 60 meters away, with his lifelong immortal tree as the center. With this shared consciousness, he would be able to sense the situation in the small attic in the world of cultivation in the future. Why can both the spiritual energy feedback and the spiritual consciousness sharing be realized even if I am separated by two worlds? Single quote. This question reappeared in Ronan's mind. After thinking for a while, Ronan felt that this should not be the magic of the ancient wood longevity technique, but the magic of his physique. After all, he could freely travel between the wizard world and the world of cultivation. Therefore, the lifelong immortal tree connected to his lifelong immortality could give him spiritual energy feedback and share his spiritual consciousness even if they were separated by two worlds. Return to Junzong's Fairyland, Shanty East District, C. Branded Fangshi. The weather was sunny. Ronan took out a small horse tie and a baggage from the storage bag. Place the pony on the ground and sit up. Then, he opened his bag and started selling talismans. He had not sold out the 600 talismans previously, so he planned to continue selling them this time. When Luonan came to Fangshi, the sun was already rising. At this time, there are a lot of people in the city. As soon as Luo Nanfu set up his stall, many monks came over. After looking at the stall for a while, I decided to buy a charm. This time it opened faster than before, which surprised Ronan slightly. Could it be that he bought his own talisman before and became familiar with it, so the monk came here to buy the talisman, Ronan thought to himself. Subsequently, more and more people bought talismans. Ronan was even more surprised by this growing trend. Soon, all 600 talismans were sold out in just one morning. What happened today? Single quote. Ronan was wondering as he closed the stall. He bought about 600 pieces of yellow paper in the market, and after buying a cage of chickens, he walked to his shack. When they walked to the shack area, they saw Lin Shan walking on the path between the fields with his hands behind his back, inspecting the spiritual fields. When Ling Nong, who was working in the Ling Tian, saw Ronan approaching, they all looked over. When Ronan looked towards them, all the spiritual farmers looked away one after another. Lin Shan trembled slightly when he saw Ronan. Ronan's evil reputation has been spreading in Shanty East District for a while these days. In one move, he cut off the head of the talisman master, causing many low-level monks to call him cruel. People in this area knew when Ronan came to the Wanjun sect immortal domain. When they saw that Ronan had killed the talisman master at the 7th level of Qi refining in a short period of time, they felt even more that Ronan was a descendant of Luo Da Zhenren of the Wanjun sect. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult for a casual cultivator to reach this level of cultivation in such a short period of time. They felt that Ronan was able to cultivate to this point because he met his ancestors and received help. Master Jizu has a rich family. As long as he is a little generous to his descendants, Ronan can get a lot of cultivation resources. Friend Luo, hello, long time no see. After Lin Shan saw Ronan, he thought of Ronan's evil reputation and instinctively wanted to avoid him. But he still controlled himself, walked forward, rubbed his hands, and greeted Ronan. However, both his posture and expression seemed a bit cramped. Deacon Lin. Ronan returned the greeting. If you don't want to be a deacon, just call me Lin Shan from now on. Lin Shan said. Ronan said, let's address each other as Taoist friends. Then he thought of something and said, fellow Taoist Lin, do you know what happened recently? When I sold the talisman today, the speed at which the talisman was released was extremely fast. Lin Shan glanced left and right and said in a low voice, a few days ago, didn't the Wanjun sect go to war with the Changsheng sect? Yes. Ronan nodded. In Fangshi, he saw with his own eyes a flying boat rising from Wanzhenzong mountain and flying to one side. Lin Shandao. There are rumors that the Yuanying ancestor of the Changsheng sect has died, and the strength of the entire sect has been greatly reduced. Everyone from the Wanjun sect has an overwhelming advantage at this time. The Immortality sect can only rely on the mountain protecting formation to resist stubbornly. Therefore, the Wanjun sect is planning to recruit monks from all over the immortal realm of the Wanjun sect to attack the Changsheng sect together. We must attack the Changsheng sect in one fell swoop and seize its spiritual veins. When attacking other sects, those who benefit the most are always the disciples of the sect. But casual cultivators who follow sect disciples to attack other sects can also drink soup. The immortal realm of the immortal sect also has casual cultivators. The property you steal from them belongs to you, and the sect will not take it back. If you surround and kill the disciples of the Changsheng sect and get something good, it will be yours, and the Wanjun sect will not take it away. This is why so many casual cultivators are willing to participate in sect battles. It seems that some casual cultivators who have received the wind have begun to purchase talismans, magic weapons, elixirs and other items. That's how it is. Single quote. After Ronan thought for a moment, he looked at Lin Shan. Don't you think of going, fellow Taoist? No, no. Lin Shan waved his hand. Although the Wanjun sect has an overwhelming advantage now, it is still very dangerous when the talismans and magic weapons fly around, and they will die or be maimed if they get close to each other. If I were young, maybe I would really want to try it out. But now that I have a wife and daughter, I don't dare. Perhaps, in another 40 years, when my lifespan is about to expire, I will give it a try. After Ronan chatted with Lin Shan for a few more words, he left and walked towards his shack. Brother, brother, a childish voice sounded from Ronan's left. But it was Wang Xiaokong who ran over wearing straw sandals and holding a small wooden tube in his hand. He ran to Ronan's feet, stretched out his fleshy hand, and pulled Ronan's trouser leg. Brother, I haven't seen you for a long time. Where have you been? Let's fight grasshoppers. As he spoke, he raised the small wooden tube. Wang Xiaokong, stop pestering brother. Fellow Taoist Luo. Li Yao, who was mending Wang Xiaokong's clothes inside the house, turned pale when she heard Wang Xiaokong's voice outside the house. He hurriedly put down the needle and thread in his hand and ran out. Walking up to Ronan, he immediately leaned down, and with a snap, he knocked down Wang Xiaokong's hand that was pulling Ronan's trouser leg, and then picked up Wang Xiaokong. Daoyu, I'm sorry, the child is ignorant. After apologizing to Ronan with a smile, he hurried back to his shed with Wang Xiaokong in his arms. After returning to the shed, Li Yao closed the door, her heart pounding. She had also heard of Ronan's fierce reputation. Thinking of Wang Xiaokong's disrespect to Ronan just now, she couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Why did you hit me? Wang Xiaokong was covering the place where Li Yao had hit him just now, tears welling up in his eyes. You should be polite to that brother in the future. Li Yao squatted down, straightened Wang Xiaokong's body, and admonished him. Why, I used to be like this with that brother, and I didn't see him hitting me, but you hit me. Wang Xiaokong argued. Li Yao hit Wang Xiaokong again, her pretty face solemn. You have to listen to your mother. You must be polite when you meet that brother in the future. Otherwise, if I see you rudely next time, you will not leave the house in the future. I know, it's inexplicable. Wang Xiaokong squinted his eyes, looked at the ground, pouted, and agreed in a low voice. Ronan returned to the shed and immediately laid out all the things for drawing talismans on the square table. He killed the chicken, prepared the talisman ink, and began to draw talismans on yellow paper. Since he knew that talismans were selling well recently, he would of course take this opportunity to sell them. He even raised the price a little. After thinking for a while, Ronan collected his mind and dropped the talisman pen dipped in talisman ink on the yellow paper. He moved his pen quickly, and drew one by one the first-level middle-grade talismans, protective talismans, light-body talismans, freezing talismans, and flame talismans. Of course, most of them were protective talismans and light-body talismans. Because, after selling amulets for several times, he found that the amulets for protection and lightness were the best sellers. It seems that everyone still cherishes their lives. Ronan thought. Chapter 41. 600 talismans would not take Ronan much time. After drawing the talisman, Ronan took out the pots, pans and other items bought from the market, as well as seasonings, from his storage bag, intending to make food for himself. In order to draw the talisman, he killed 6 chickens, but he couldn't let it go to waste. He went outside the house to a nearby grove and picked up some dead branches and leaves. After returning to the house, he stuffed it under the stove. He took out a flame talisman, injected it with mana, and threw it at the piled-up dead branches and leaves, and blazing flames burst out. After lighting the fire, Ronan began to boil water and pluck chicken feathers. Use the elf dagger to disembowel the chicken, remove the internal organs, and wash them clean. Then, using the purchased peppercorns, peanuts, spicy oil and other seasonings, I made myself a delicious spicy chicken with saliva. After becoming an immortal, my appetite improved a lot. I could eat 2.5 chickens in one meal. The rest he put into the storage bag. There is no air in the storage black ring and storage bag, which can keep raw meat fresh. After eating, he left the shack and walked towards the market. At noon, there were fewer people in the market than in the morning, but the whole market was still quite lively. Ronan walked back and saw another monk setting up his stall. Ronan wanted to find another stall, but when the monk saw him, he immediately collected the cloth on the ground and walked away with the goods. Ronan thought to himself that this must be another person who knew his evil reputation. Since someone gave up his seat, he was not polite and went directly to the original stall, set up his pony and started setting up the stall. This time he raised the price when selling talismans. However, the talismans were still selling very well. When 3 monks came, 180 talismans were immediately sold. When Ronan was setting up a stall, he had nothing to do, and he also called up Hongmeng and looked at the attributes of the monks in the market. He found that most of the monks in Fang City were below the 6th level of qi refining. The 7th level of qi refining is rarely found. Perhaps I am strong in this shanty town, Ronan thought to himself. Before the market closed, Ronan sold the last talisman. He walked around the market for a while and saw nothing of interest, so he went to a gold exchange shop and exchanged 30% of the spiritual stones he got today into gold. Fellow Taoist, are you going to play in the secular world again? Seeing Ronan come to exchange gold several times, the clerk in the shop smiled and said, "If fellow Taoists want to go to the secular world, I suggest that fellow Taoists go to the capital of Wei State. There is a paradise tower there, which can be called a place of brilliance in the world. If a fellow Taoist is in it, his blood will definitely boil, and he will ascend to immortality every night." Wizarding world, small attic. Ronan's figure appeared. After he exchanged the gold, he left the immortal realm of the Wanjun sect and returned to the wizarding world. He took out a stripper charm and slapped it on himself. The clothes on his body immediately slipped off. He put on his tunic, put on half of his cloak, fastened his brooch, and walked out. He wanted to finish dinner before the curfew bell rang. After walking for about a moment, we arrived at the Wild Deer Bar. He missed the meat and beef and pineapple pie at the Wild Heart. When I arrived, I saw Paul there. Compared with the haggard appearance last time they met, Paul is now in high spirits. Sitting at a wine table, there was a woman with only a hair on her left and right sides, and on her legs. When he was teasing the woman, he suddenly saw Ronan. "Hey Ronan, my good brother." Paul said hello, took out a dark red money bag from his waist, and slapped it on the wine table. "If you can make my good brother happy, this money will be yours." After hearing this, 3 women with different skin colors and hair colors left Paul, twisted their bodies, and walked toward Ronan. "Paul, please forgive me." Ronan waved his hand. Paul laughed. "Hey, I'm not kidding you anymore." Then, he slapped each of the 3 women on the buttocks. "You guys, please leave first." After the 3 women twisted away, Ronan sat on a chair next to Paul. "Are you rich?" After Ronan ordered the bartender, he said to Paul, "I have no plans to refine anti-aging potions in the future." Paul chuckled and said, "Ronan, as a businessman, the days when I had both sides are over. I'll tell you some good news. Not only did I build the fire-throwing witchcraft model the day before yesterday, but today, I also became a second-class wizard apprentice. I already have good combat power. I can try to form a team with others, go out to collect magic potions, and hunt monsters. Not only can you make money, but you can also train in witchcraft. Good luck." At this time, the meat arrived, and Ronan picked up the wooden wine glass. "Hey, I wish you good luck too." Paul also picked up his wooden wine glass and touched it with Ronan. A bang! The hops in the 2 glasses of wine were swaying separately. More than half a month passed, and Ronan stayed in the small attic, practicing and drawing talismans. On this day, he was holding on to the talisman pen and drawing the light body talisman on the parchment. Just when he finished the last stroke, he felt something in his heart, summoned Hongmeng, and adjusted his own numerical value. Talisman. Amulet Perfection. Light Body Talisman Perfect. Flying Sword Talisman 5% for Grandmaster. Expand. The amulet and the light body amulet are both complete. Single quote. The amulet was completed a few days ago. The light body amulet was just completed. It's time to draw the golden armor amulet and the wind chasing amulet. Single quote. Ronan thought for a moment and decided to draw the golden armor amulet. He recalled the drawing method of the golden armor amulet, and then, after a full ceremony, he took up the pen to draw the amulet. The ancient wood longevity magic power was transported to the tip of his pen, connecting the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. When the tip of his pen touched the parchment, the Jengjin Qi in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was injected into the parchment. The golden armor amulet is divided into 9 strokes. To draw these 9 strokes, the spirit must be connected, and the state of mind must not fluctuate. Ronan held his breath and concentrated his mind. It took a moment to draw the golden armor amulet perfectly. Golden armor amulet, entry 6%. I wonder what this golden armor amulet is like. Single quote. As soon as he finished drawing the amulet, Ronan couldn't help his curiosity, picked up the golden armor amulet, and injected magic power. Suddenly, the golden armor talisman burned without fire. A golden light entered Ronan's body. Ronan suddenly felt that his whole body was wrapped in a kind of power. And this power, like the power of the amulet, was still invisible and colorless. How to defend against this golden armor talisman? Single quote. Ronan thought, picked up a dinner knife, and stabbed it towards his chest. Just when the dinner knife was only about 3 inches away from his chest. Dang! A faint golden light lit up in front of his chest. It was a translucent golden armor piece that suddenly flashed in front of his chest, blocking the dinner knife. It seems that the golden armor will appear only after being attacked. Single quote. Ronan thought, and used the dinner knife to stab several times in various parts of his body. Dang 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 dang. Every time the dinner knife was 3 inches close to his body, a golden armor piece flashed and blocked the dinner knife. Ronan stayed in the wizarding world for a few days and returned to the fairyland of the Wanjun sect. I want to see what new things are available in the market. But as soon as he reached the shanty area, he saw white flags hung in front of some people's shanties. The white flags fluttered in the wind, looking strange and desolate. What happened? Single quote. Ronan felt strange, so he went to a restaurant with a lot of people, sat down, and ordered a pot of turbid wine and a few dishes of side dishes. But all his attention was focused on the chatting of the monks in the wine shop. After listening for a long time, Fang deduced what happened in the Wanjun sect's immortal domain from the scattered information from the monk's mouth. It turned out that a few days ago, after the rumor spread that the ancestor of the Immortality sect Yuanying was dead, the Wanjun sect actually sent disciples down the mountain to recruit monks. The monks who had been prepared long ago boarded the Wanjun sect's flying boat with the hope of picking up missing treasures and with longing. But he never thought that the death of the Yuanying ancestor of the Chengsheng sect was an illusion. Not only did he deceive a group of monks, but he also deceived the Yuanying ancestor of Huanzhen sect. The members of the Wanjun sect have broken through the Chengsheng sect's mountain protecting formation and are about to go in to occupy and plunder. However, they never thought that the monks led by the Yuanying ancestor of the Chengsheng sect would suddenly attack from the side, causing everyone in the Wanjun sect to be passive and suffer heavy casualties. The ancestor of Yuanying of the Junzong did not hesitate to lose his longevity to protect some of his disciples with good qualifications. As for the casual cultivators, most of them were killed or injured. Some were caught and worked as mining slaves in the immortal sect's spiritual veins. They had to mine spiritual stones in the immortal sect for the rest of their lives. In addition, Ronan also heard news. That is, in this attack on the immortal sect, the head of the Yu family of the immortal cultivation family also went and died in the immortal domain of the immortal sect. The head of the Yu family was a monk at the 12th level of Qi refining. After his death, the strength of the Yu family dropped drastically. The day after the news of his death came out, the Yu family was attacked by the Song family, a cultivator family, and a group of cultivators. Under the joint attack, the Yu family fell. The Yu family's belongings were looted by the monks. The Yu family's property was taken over by the Song family. Not a single man from the Yu family was left behind. The female relatives of the Yu family were either taken as concubines by the Song family, or were sent to the Fengyu house in the mansion area. Nowadays, some of the Yu family's elixirs, secret books, talismans and other items have also flowed into the market in Shanti East District. Ronan knew about this, so he drank a few sips of turbid wine, ate a few dishes of appetizers, paid the bill, and left the restaurant. He planned to go to Fengshi to see if there was any good stuff leaking out of the Yu family, and he would miss it. The Yu family used to manage the shantytown, but now the Song family took over. I don't know how Lin Shan, who is the deacon of the Yu family, is doing now. Single quote. Ronan was thinking as he walked. After walking for a while, he passed the area where he lived in the shack. Then I saw Lin Shan patrolling the spiritual field with his hands behind his back. However, there was a cloud of worry between Lin Shan's brows, and his whole person looked quite heavy, which was very different from the previous relaxed mood. Lin Shan was walking. When he saw Luo Nan, he smiled a little and saluted, "Fellow Taoist Luo." Ronan immediately returned the greeting, and after a moment of silence, asked, "Fellow Taoist Lin, I heard that the Yu family..." "Yes, the Yu family is destroyed." Lin Shan sighed. Before the attack, the Song family tried to win over the deacons of the Yu family. Although the Yu family is in trouble, it would be extremely disloyal for me to leave just like that. But I have a wife and daughter and can't live or die with the Yu family, so I accepted the Song family's invitation. However, after winning over me, as a new member of the Song family, my status in the Song family has been much lower. Although they still let me be the manager of this spiritual field, they plan to let me continue to work here. After Lin Shan sighed again, the two of them were speechless and left. Ronan was walking on the path of Lingtian and heard some spiritual farmers chattering in low voices. Ronan heard some, probably complaining that after the Song family became the management family here, they had to pay more spiritual rice every year. After walking for about a moment, Ronan arrived at Chahaofeng City. After entering, I saw more people setting up stalls in the market. Ronan walked slowly in the market and looked at several stalls, but found nothing satisfactory. But he had expected it. Good things will naturally be kept by the monks themselves. Only those that are used a few times and are no longer needed will be sold. Ronan looked at each stall. Suddenly, I stopped at a stall. "What's the matter, fellow Taoist, is there anything suitable?" Seeing Ronan stop, the stall owner quickly asked. Ronan's eyes were fixed on a book. On the cover of the book, there are 4 seal characters written, "True Explanation of Puppet." "How many spiritual stones does this book sell for?" Ronan asked, pointing to the True Explanation of Puppet. The stall owner was slightly shocked when he saw that Ronan was actually interested in the true interpretation of Puppet, and then said, 30 low-grade spiritual stones. "So cheap." Single quote. Ronan was slightly surprised. "Can you show it to me? Please." Ronan picked up the book and opened it. This book still only has the first few pages, and the content at the back has been torn out. Ronan read the first few pages and knew that this was a book that taught how to make puppets and control them to fight. But the specific production and control methods are in the torn-off content and in the hands of the stall owner. Puppets should be a good means of combat, why are they so cheap? Single quote. Ronan pondered for a while, but to no avail. He thought that it was only 30 low-grade spirit stones anyway, so he would not lose money. He took out 30 low-grade spirit stones from his storage bag and put them on the stall. "I want this book." "Okay." The stall owner obviously did not expect someone to buy this book. Seeing Ronan handing over the spirit stones, he was very happy. He quickly took out the part of the book that he had torn from his bag and handed it to Ronan along with the first few pages of the book. After Ronan took the part of the book, he flipped through it while walking. Soon, he knew the content of the True Explanation of Puppetry. This book records the production methods of 4 types of puppet mechanical beasts. The weakest of these 4 puppet mechanical beasts has the strength of only the 2nd level of Qi refining. The strongest has the strength of the 12th level of Qi refining. However, it is not easy to refine and control puppet mechanical beasts. One of the conditions for refining puppet mechanical beasts is that you need the essence of monster beasts. However, in the current world of immortal cultivation, all monsters are raised by large immortal cultivation families and sects. For independent cultivators, it is extremely difficult to obtain monster essences. But for me, it is not a problem. Single quote. The resources of monsters in the wizard world are extremely rich. There are many monsters in those famous monster mountains and monster forests. There are also monsters in the sea. There may even be a beast tide in some places. After he returned to the wizard world, it was much easier to obtain essences than in the world of immortal cultivation. In addition to the difficulty of refining puppet beasts, the conditions required for controlling them also discourage many cultivators. First, the power source of puppet beasts is spirit stones. For most casual cultivators, even if they are given a good puppet beast, they do not have enough spirit stones to make this puppet beast move. Secondly, if you want to control multiple puppet beasts, you must learn the method of splitting the spirit and have a lot of mental power. In The True Explanation of Puppetry, there is a method of splitting the spirit called Yan Shen Ju. But Yan Shen Ju has a reminder to practice carefully. That is, when practicing the method of splitting the spirit, if you practice improperly, you may damage the foundation of the soul. Damage to the foundation of the soul is extremely difficult to repair. If it cannot be repaired, it basically cuts off the path of cultivation. Perhaps those casual cultivators have heard of puppetry for a long time and know the difficulty of practicing puppetry, so no one cares about this book. Ronan thought. And those immortal cultivation families and sects, they probably also have puppetry, so they disdain this book. Single quote. Anyway, this is a bargain for me. Single quote. Ronan curled his lips slightly and put the book into his storage bag. Then, he strolled around the C-shaped market again, and when he saw nothing he liked, he left the market and went to the A-shaped and B-shaped markets to have a look, but still found nothing. So, Ronan left the Wanjun sect immortal realm and returned to the small attic. He sat at the dining table, summoned Hongmeng, and called up the contents of The True Explanation of Puppetry. A stream of information emerged in his mind. He planned to first find the first kind of puppet mechanism beast, the palace guard beast, according to The True Explanation of Puppetry. To the west of Triumph City, the Girth Forest. Ronan threw the flying sword talisman, and with a flash of silver light, the wolf head of a first-level demon beast, the mountain wolf, immediately flew away from the body. To make a palace guard, you need to find the spiritual wood of heaven and earth, that is, the wood that can channel magic power. Ronan immediately thought that in the wizard world, the wood used to make magic wands is this kind of wood. His magic plant science has reached the master level, and he is familiar with many magic plants that can make magic wands and knows their origins. It just so happens that to the west of Triumph City, there is a forest called Gult Forest. There are magic plants that can make magic wands. So, he came to Gult Forest, used up enough amulets and light amulets for himself, went deep into the forest, and wanted to cut down the magic plants to make palace guards. After killing the mountain wolf, Ronan continued to run deep into the forest. Finally, he saw a tree with a dark purple trunk. This kind of tree is called purple iris wood, and can make magic wands. Ronan immediately threw the flying sword that had not yet dissipated forward, and with a flash of sword light, he cut a tree in half. Then, Ronan continued to control the flying sword and cut down trees. He cut the tree trunks into several sections, touched them, and put them into the storage bag. After collecting enough trees to make a palace guard beast, Ronan left the forest and returned to the small attic in Triumph City. With a thought in his mind, he traveled to the world of cultivation. The next moment, the scenery in front of him changed and he came to a spacious mansion. This is the secular country of the world of cultivation, Wei. The immortal realm of Wanjun sect occupies a large area. Wei, like Zhao, is a secular country bordering the immortal realm of Wanjun sect. He bought a large mansion in a city in Wei state close to the immortal realm of Wanjun sect, just to refine the palace guard beast. Because refining puppet mechanical beasts produces a lot of noise, it is not suitable to be refined in the small attic in the wizard world. After having the materials, you have to use the refining method to refine the materials into puppet mechanical beasts. The method of refining is recorded in The True Explanation of Puppetry. The method of refining is not profound, but after learning it, it is enough to make the 4 types of puppet mechanical beasts in The True Explanation of Puppetry. Ronan has learned the weapon refining techniques in The True Explanation of Puppetry these days. In his stats, the skill of weapon refining appears, and he has reached 1% proficiency. Because it is wood, there is no need to build a furnace to make a fire. Next, he uses weapon refining techniques to deform, twist, and carve seal characters on the trunk of the magic plant, so as to refine it into a palace guard beast. It took 2 days for Ronan to finally make the palace guard beast. Palace guard beast entry 65%. The proficiency of this puppet beast can also be analyzed by Hongmeng. As long as he makes more in the future, the speed of making this kind of puppet mechanical beast will be faster. Basically the same as the diagram in The True Explanation of Puppetry, this palace guard beast looks like a lizard, almost the size of a person. It is at Ronan's feet, staring blankly at the front. As long as he adds a wisp of the spirit of the lizard monster and injects a wisp of his own consciousness, this seemingly stupid wooden palace guard beast can be controlled by him. Ronan looked at the gecko that he had spent 2 days making for a while, then he used his magic power and chanted a spell according to the True Explanation of Puppetry. Instantly, the seal characters carved inside the gecko burst into white light, instantly covering the gecko. Then, Ronan stretched out his hand and the white light immediately shrank and flew into his hand. Under the magical effect of the seal characters, the gecko shrank smaller than his palm. Ronan chanted the spell again, and the seal characters inside the shrunken gecko glowed white again. He threw the gecko, and the white light suddenly enlarged and turned into a gecko almost the size of a person on the ground again. It's really magical. Single quote. Ronan sighed in his heart, then recited the curse again and put his hand away. The gecko beast turned into a white light and was received into his storage bag. The production of the gecko beast has been completed, the next step is to learn how to control it. Single quote. According to the True Interpretation of Puppet, to control the gecko beast, you need to obtain the spirit of the monster beast. This requires the practice of 3 spells: soul drawing, soul refining, and soul condensing. The purpose is to kill the monster beast, use the soul drawing technique to extract the soul of the monster beast, then use the soul refining technique to refine it into a spirit, and finally, use the soul condensing technique to condense it into the puppet machine beast. These 3 spells are very similar to necromancy. Single quote. Necromantic witchcraft has always been one of the witchcrafts most feared by wizards in the Kingdom of Valant. Necromancers have always been among the must-kill wizards of the royal family. Because witchcraft involving death, while magical and fascinating, is also fraught with danger. In the past, there have been cases of necromancers causing trouble. The original person once read a book, which mentioned this matter. It is said that in order to put an end to this rebellion, the royal family of the Valant Kingdom even killed a legendary wizard. It was precisely because the royal family banned necromancy that he could not buy Warcraft essence on the market and had to find a way to obtain it himself. I can't let others discover that I have practiced these 3 spells. Single quote. Ronan thought about it and began to practice these 3 spells according to the True Understanding of Puppet. 5 days later, Galt Forest. Ronan manipulated 3 half-human-sized wooden lizards to tear a first-level magic beast, the bloodthirsty demon snake, into pieces of meat. In the past 5 days, he learned the soul-pulling technique, soul-refining technique, and soul-inducing technique, and extracted the essence of 3 lizard magic beasts. He also practiced the Shen Yan Ju, in The True Explanation of Puppetry, successfully separated 3 spiritual consciousnesses, and controlled 3 palace guards with the strength of the 2nd level of Qi refining. After trying the palace guards, Ronan was slightly satisfied. Silently chanting the spell, he waved his hand. The 3 palace guards turned into 3 white lights and were put into his storage bag. Ronan returned to the small attic and began to accelerate the growth of his life tree. The first thing was to refine the growth accelerator. He took out 3 portions of the growth accelerator materials he had divided from a wooden box. Then, he poured different magic beast materials and magic potion materials into the grinding mortar and ground them with a stone pestle. After grinding each material, he put it in a stone bowl for later use. After half of the material was ground, he set up a crucible on the table and lit a charcoal fire. He planned to start refining while grinding the remaining materials. Growth Accelerator Grandmaster 3% Up Pointing Arrow. After such a period of refining, the proficiency of the Growth Accelerator had reached the Grandmaster level a few days ago. Ronan could refine the growth accelerator with his eyes closed, which was not an exaggeration. Not long after, 3 portions of the growth accelerator were refined. Awen said that a magic plant can only use 3 portions of growth accelerator a day. If it is used too much, it will damage the magic plant. The refined growth accelerator showed a green color. After the growth accelerator cooled slightly, Ronan picked up the crucible and directly poured 3 portions of the growth accelerator into the natal immortal tree. Swish! The growth accelerator was poured on the natal immortal tree, seeping into the soil, and was greedily absorbed by the roots of the natal immortal tree. Ronan immediately felt a sense of tree growth in his heart. Spiritual plant. The immortal tree. Age. 62 up pointing arrow. The immortal tree is over 60 years old. According to the ancient wood immortal technique, if the immortal tree is 100 years old, his body can become a green wood spirit body, thus greatly improving his qualifications and achieving a true destiny change. However, even if it has not reached 100 years now, his qualifications are also visible to the naked eye. He is more sensitive to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The speed of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is much faster than before. Then, Ronan began to perform the breathing technique. He stretched out his hand and pointed it at the immortal tree. He used the ancient wood immortality magic power from his dantian and injected it into the witchcraft model in his mind. Suddenly, the magic power of the breathing technique emerged from his hand and wrapped the roots of the immortal tree. The soil in the potted plant emitted a series of green light. Breathing, Grandmaster 99% up pointing arrow. Ronan casts the spell while summoning Hongmeng and calling up the attributes. After many days of casting, breeding is about to be completed. Awen said that breeding is the simplest magic plant growth magic of the Druid school, and it is only a first-level medium magic. Single quote. When I complete it, I will learn a more advanced magic plant growth magic from Awen. Single quote. Ronan thought while casting breeding. After a while, the green light in the soil suddenly became stronger. Ronan felt something and called up the value. Breeding complete. Under the magic power of breeding, the life tree gradually grew. Spiritual plant. Life tree. Year. 63 up pointing arrow. The life tree has grown for another year. The current life tree is more than 40 centimeters in height. Although the height change is not very large, its speed of refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is much faster than when it was just planted. Ronan continued to cast the growth spell, intending to stop only when his magic power was completely exhausted. Suddenly, his brows slightly frowned. Just now, he felt that the roots of the natal immortal tree continued to extend and touch the inner wall of the flower pot. Although the natal immortal tree was only about 40 centimeters tall, its root system was already very developed. Such a small flower pot could no longer accommodate this small tree. It has to be transplanted. Ronan stopped casting the spell and went out. About half an hour later, he came back with a larger flower pot filled with soil. The flower pot currently planted with the natal immortal tree was only slightly larger than a bowl. The flower pot he bought was a little bigger, and the mouth of the pot was almost twice as large. The roots of the natal immortal tree were very developed, like a dense net, enveloping the soil of the entire small flower pot. Ronan first used a shovel to dig a hole in the soil of the newly bought flower pot. Then, he picked up the small flower pot where the immortal tree was planted, shook it slightly, and soon took out the immortal tree, along with the soil wrapped by its root network. Carefully, transplanted it into a new flower pot. The immortal tree will grow stronger and stronger. How to deal with it in the future is a problem. Ronan thought as he filled the soil with a small shovel. At night, the melodious curfew bells rang again outside the house. Ronan sat cross-legged on the bed, pinched his hands, placed them on his legs, and practiced the ancient wood immortality technique. With his breathing, the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth around him poured into his body from all the orifices. Under the operation of his ancient wood immortality technique, it was refined into a stream of magic power and injected into his dantian. The green mist in his dantian became thicker and thicker. Ancient wood longevity skill 8th level 2% up pointing arrow. Cultivation realm. 6th level of chi refining. Wizard realm. 2nd level wizard apprentice. The number of levels of ancient wood longevity skill is already more than the number of levels of chi refining. Having reached the 8th level of ancient wood longevity skill, the speed of refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is a little faster than that of the 7th level. It's time to break through. Ronan's heart moved, and he felt that the bottleneck of his 6th level of chi refining was loosening. Then, he continued to breathe in and out, refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to break through the bottleneck. Not long after, the green mist in the Dantian suddenly shook, and it was visibly thicker. Ronan called up Hongmeng and called out some of his own values. Lifespan: 172 up pointing arrow. Strength: 8.8 up pointing arrow. Spirit: 16.0 up pointing arrow. Mana: 11.1 up pointing arrow. Kung Fu: Ancient Wood Longevity Kung Fu 8th level 2% up pointing arrow. Cultivation Realm: Chi Refining level 7. Wizard level: Level 3 Wizard Apprentice. This breakthrough not only improved the cultivation realm, but also reached the Chi Refining level 7. Because the spirit and mana have reached a certain standard, the wizard level has also been improved, reaching the level 3 Wizard Apprentice. When I cultivated to the 4th level of Chi Refining, I reached the standard of the 2nd level Wizard Apprentice. Single quote. Now that I have cultivated to the 7th level of Chi Refining, I have reached the standard of the 3rd level Wizard Apprentice. Single quote. There are 12 levels of Chi Refining. Perhaps, in the Chi Refining period, I can become a formal wizard. Single quote. Ronan thought. Originally, with his wizard qualification of C lower, it was almost impossible for him to cultivate to become a formal wizard. But now, there is no doubt that he can become a formal wizard. On Tuesday, it was almost 4 p.m., and it was time for the private pharmacy class. Ronan left Triumph City, found an empty corner, put on an ebony mask, a cloak, and a hood, and walked towards the manor where the class was taught. The lecturer, according to Paul, was a professor of pharmacy at the Kingdom Wizard Academy. He taught outside the school to earn extra money. The cost of a class was very expensive, but for Ronan now, it was no big deal. Going to the market in the Shushan world, selling a talisman once was enough for him to take more than a dozen classes. Fortunately, the prices in this world are not high and are relatively stable. Ronan sighed in his heart. The currency system of the Kingdom of Valant, which consists of copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins, can still support wizard transactions. However, it may also be because he has not been exposed to high-level wizard transactions. He guessed that if it reached that level, it would be more of a barter. Ronan paid the tuition fee at the gate of the manor and walked in. The classroom is a large house in the manor, which is very spacious. When Ronan first came to class, there were only about 200 desks inside. Now, there are about 500 desks. The professor's teaching business is booming. Ronan walked to a desk in the middle row and sat down. As time passed, people wearing various robes and masks came one after another, and the desks gradually filled up. After a while, the professor wearing a white robe, a white hood, and a white mask also walked into the hall and went straight to the podium. He used a sorcery to amplify the sound and began to lecture. Ronan took out a quill pen and ink, and a roll of parchment, pretending to record. When the professor was lecturing, the Hongmeng, in his mind was running. The integrity of his records was much better than his poor pen. But everyone present was taking notes, and if he didn't, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. After all, teaching wizards knowledge privately violated the laws of the kingdom. If he just listened to the class without taking notes and looked indifferent, he would be easily suspected of being an undercover. Swish, swish, swish. While Ronan was listening to the class, he suddenly heard the sound of scratching paper next to him, which sounded quickly and continuously. Turning his head, he saw a person next to him, wearing a black cloak, and judging from the bulge on her chest, it should be a woman. Her hands were crossed in front of her chest. In front of her, there was a quill pen, suspended in the air, writing on the parchment very quickly. Every word the professor said was recorded by her. Ronan first used AI to analyze this woman and knew that she was just a second-level wizard apprentice. Then he put his mind at ease, released his spiritual consciousness, and enveloped the woman. He immediately felt that there was an invisible hand in front of the woman, holding a quill pen and writing. Is this witchcraft, the hand of a wizard? Ronan thought. Ronan made potions every day and wanted to practice the wizard's hand to reduce the time for moving equipment, grinding materials and other steps. He had asked Paul for help. But Paul only wanted to practice witchcraft with strong offensive power and didn't bother to practice the wizard's hand. In the Kingdom Wizard Academy, Paul could only look up the wizard's hand witchcraft book in the library but couldn't take it out. Paul couldn't remember the contents of the witchcraft book and take it out. Because the witchcraft book records the release spells and witchcraft models of witchcraft. If you remember the pronunciation of the spell and the construction process of the witchcraft model, it is equivalent to learning this witchcraft. If Paul doesn't learn this witchcraft, Ronan has no other way to learn it. Ronan also asked Owen, but Owen didn't understand this witchcraft. Now, Ronan saw someone who could perform this witchcraft, and he was slightly excited. However, he was in class now, and Ronan didn't want to interrupt him, so he planned to talk about it after the private class. After 2 hours, the class ended. The strange woman next to him was helping to pack her bag with the hand of a wizard. This lady, Ronan had just spoken in a hoarse voice when the woman hurriedly packed her bag and turned to leave. Ronan was slightly stunned and hurried to catch up. He didn't know why the woman was so nervous. Perhaps, it was because she was listening to the class privately, which violated the laws of the kingdom, so she didn't want to contact anyone and expose herself. The woman's pace slightly quickened and walked into the crowd of people leaving class. It was not easy to talk in the crowd. Ronan's consciousness locked on the woman and followed silently. After leaving the manor and away from the crowd of people leaving get out of class, the woman looked back and saw that Ronan was following her. Her slender body trembled and she immediately ran away. This lady, please stay. Ronan also ran to catch up. This woman was not a formal wizard and could not use energy particles to temper her body. Her physical strength was far inferior to Ronan's current one. In just a few steps, Ronan caught up with her. Madam, I have no other intentions, I just want to learn the wizard's hand from you for a fee. Hearing this, the woman who was running wildly gradually stopped and turned around. Don't come over first. The woman took a few steps back and kept a distance from Ronan. In order to conceal her identity, she deliberately spoke in a hoarse voice. However, her original voice should be soft and beautiful. Even with a hoarse voice, her voice is still a little delicate. Ronan stopped. The strange woman was panting, her chest rising and falling. The sky-blue eyes in the mask stared at Ronan. When she calmed down a little, she asked, "Is what you said just now true?" "Of course," Ronan said. "How much do you want?" The woman asked. 7 valiant gold coins, Ronan said. After thinking for a while, the woman said, "Okay, you give me 7 valiant gold coins, and I will recite the contents of the wizard's hand to you." Ronan immediately took out 7 valiant gold coins, counted them in front of the woman, and then put them in a waste bag and shook it. "The gold coins are ready. You can say the spell of the wizard's hand. I can remember it. You just give me the construction process of the witchcraft model." Generally speaking, the syllables and tones of witchcraft spells are complicated and obscure. It takes a lot of time to imitate it simply. But Ronan is different. He has Hongmong and can record language in real time. He has read the wizard's book of growth and knows that there is a long paragraph in the wizard's book just to explain how to read the spell correctly. If the woman writes it down, it will probably take a while. So he asked the woman to write down the construction process of the witchcraft model. "No, just listen to me chanting the spell. How can you imitate it? If you can't learn it, won't you pester me to get the gold coins back? I'd better write it all down." After the woman said that, she took out a blank parchment, used the wizard's hand, and wrote it down very quickly. Triumphant City, small attic. The sound of the stone pestle hitting the grinding mortar rang out in the attic. However, the stone pestle was suspended in the air, hitting the grinding mortar again and again. At the same time, the crucible was also floating in the air, on the shelf. Ronan took out a flame symbol with his hand and threw it into the brazier on the shelf. The charcoal in the brazier immediately caught fire. The wizard's hand is really useful. Ronan sighed in his heart. Wizard's hand proficient 5% up pointing arrow. After he got the practice method of the wizard's hand from the strange woman, he immediately practiced it. Soon, he constructed a witchcraft model and practiced it to the proficient level in one night. After practicing the spiritual evolution the true explanation of puppetry. His mental power exceeded that of the same level by a lot, and he could separate 3 spiritual consciousnesses. This enabled him to condense 3 wizards' hands at the same time. 2 wizards' hands were grinding the potion materials. A wizard's hand was preparing crucibles and other alchemy tools. Together with his own hands, 5 hands worked at the same time, and the efficiency increased immediately. Not long after, 3 portions of growth accelerator were refined by him. As usual, he watered the growth accelerator on his natal immortal tree, and then cast the growth spell on it. The verdant wizard light shone through the soil. Ronan's face was also reflected with a faint green. Today at 4 p.m. was the study time he and Awen agreed to. Thinking of learning a new magic plant growth spell, Ronan couldn't help looking forward to it. 4 p.m., Triumph City, Central City. Awen's small bungalow. Ronan cast the growth spell on a magic plant. Now, Ronan's magic power has reached the level of a 3rd-level wizard apprentice. However, when he cast the growth spell, he only used less than 1/10 of his magic power. After the breeding technique was performed, it emitted a verdant light, which was far inferior to his usual performance. This was because, as a wizard with only lower qualifications, he had made such progress in less than a year, which would definitely attract everyone's attention. Especially in the capital of the kingdom, Triumph City, a place where most of the wizards in the kingdom of the land gathered. The wizards here have schools such as blood transplantation and life mutation. These wizard schools can change the physical constitution, but cannot change the wizard's qualifications. After planting the natal immortal tree, his wizard qualifications have improved a lot. If the wizards knew that his qualifications had changed, they would definitely imprison him and conduct human experiments on him. Today, Awen wore a loose emerald robe with a collar extending to her chest, showing a large area of spring. She saw Ronan for just a moment, and then she performed the breeding technique smoothly. Based on her years of experience in practicing witchcraft, she knew that Ronan's breeding technique not only established a witchcraft model, but also reached a very proficient level. Under the power of the breeding spell, the magic plant in the pot slowly grew. Awen looked at the rising roots of the magic plant with a little heat in her eyes. She was a druid believer, and she had an extraordinary enthusiasm for plant growth. She was always obsessed with seeing the growth of plants. Ms. Drell, can I practice more advanced growth magic? Ronan stopped casting the magic and said to Awen. Of course. Awen came back to her senses from her obsession with plant growth. Ronan smiled and said, I am now practicing witchcraft of the druid school, so I can be said to be a druid, right? Awen shook her head. She walked to the low table, poured herself and Ronan a glass of sweet fruit wine, and then sat down on the rocking chair. A wizard of the druid school is not the same as a druid. As long as a wizard of the druid school is approved by the chief wizard of the druid school and recognized by the kingdom, and his name is registered in the kingdom wizard list, he can be considered a wizard of the druid school. And druid is a title that has been passed down since the ancient times of the Dawn continent. In the past, in the southern forests, priests who worshipped nature, understood the principles of plant growth, and could mobilize the power of nature were honored as druids. To be more precise, a druid is a person with a heart of nature. Heart of nature. Ronan sat down on the single sofa and took a sip of sweet fruit wine. Awen nodded. As long as wizards who have awakened the heart of nature practice the way of nature, they will be blessed with power. The way of nature means to personally do things that love nature, such as cultivating plants and protecting forests. If you practice the way of nature, you will gain affinity with plants and animals. With plant affinity, if you get close to plants, your strength, spirit and magic power will be increased to a certain extent. With animal affinity, you can manipulate animals to fight for you. The better you practice the way of nature, the greater the increase. How can I awaken the heart of nature? Ronan asked. If he can awaken the heart of nature, it will be very beneficial to him. He has spent a lot of time in the past few months cultivating the life tree, which can be regarded as practicing the way of nature. He has a great passion for planting the life tree. After all, the life tree determines whether he can live long and whether he can gain powerful power. A druid needs to recite the spell to see if he can awaken the heart of nature. Awen said. Ms. Drell. Ronan took another sip of sweet fruit wine, put down the tall copper wine glass, and said seriously. Can you help me awaken the heart of nature? Do you think you will love nature like the Druids? Awen looked at Ronan with a pair of brown eyes, shining. How can I know if I don't try? I love planting trees and studying the growth of magic plants. I agree with the Druids' ideas, Ronan said shamelessly. Awen listened and said, but the spell of the heart of nature is very long. Even if it's me, it will take an hour to recite it all. Besides, chanting a spell for an hour requires a lot of my mana. I need to help others cultivate magic plants tonight. So, can you help me? Ronan asked. You have to pay. Awen sat up straight, looking at Ronan with a pair of brown eyes. There was no embarrassment on her face. Is 1 Valant gold coin enough? Ronan asked. Not enough, Awen replied calmly. It is against the rules of the Druid school to chant the Heart of Nature spell to an outsider who is not a Druid. 3 Valant gold coins, Ronan said immediately. Mr. Lawrence, since you love plants, love nature, and advocate the Druid way so much, then, I will chant the Heart of Nature spell to you first. After that, I will report this to the chief of the Druid school, the great wizard Mal Stormrage. The magnetic voice flowed out of Awen's lips like water. Ronan almost listened to it in one ear and out the other. He didn't care whether to join the Druid school. He just wanted to increase his power after awakening the Heart of Nature. After Ronan paid, Awen set up a small stone formation in the bungalow and let Ronan stand in the center of the stone formation. She took out a leaf ring from the magic storage device and put it on her head. Then, she sang to Ronan. As she sang, obscure syllables came out of her mouth. The nearby energy particles were pulled by these syllables and gradually formed a wind that surrounded Ronan. The magic plants in the room were blown to one side by the wind. The long skirt Awen was wearing was blown by the wind and stuck to her body. Her thick and slightly curly brown hair was also blown to one side. Gradually, witchcraft runes appeared around Ronan, showing green and becoming clearer and clearer. When the spell was almost finished, these witchcraft runes emitted green light, like strips, surrounding Ronan. After about an hour, Awen uttered the last syllable of the spell. Suddenly, all the witchcraft runes in the air gathered towards Ronan. In just a moment, they were injected into Ronan's body. Ronan felt that a wonderful feeling immediately emerged in his body. Hongmong, analyze yourself. Single quote. Ronan immediately gave Hongmong an order. Then, streams of information appeared in his mind. You have obtained the blessing of the Heart of Nature. Current status, pending judgment. Status effect, pending judgment. Current increase ratio, 0%. The current status is pending judgment, and the increase ratio is 0%. Is it because I haven't practiced the way of nature yet? Ronan thought. I didn't expect you to awaken the Heart of Nature so smoothly. Not every wizard of the Druid school can awaken the Heart of Nature. After chanting for about an hour, Awen consumed a lot of mana. Her face was slightly pale, and beads of sweat oozed out of the wheat-colored skin on her chest. She almost collapsed on the rocking chair and said to Ronan. Ronan thought, perhaps it was because he practiced the ancient wood longevity technique and had his own immortal tree. Moreover, his body was about to become a green wood spirit body. He himself had already integrated into nature, so he could smoothly awaken the Heart of Nature. Suddenly, Ronan remembered that he had not yet learned more advanced growth witchcraft from Awen. Next, he made a request to Awen. Immediately, Awen taught him a first-level advanced witchcraft, the art of rapid growth. The teaching method was the Druid tradition, pure oral. Even the shape and equation of the witchcraft model of the art of rapid growth were spoken by Awen. Fortunately, Ronan had the eye Hongmong. After recording the shape described by Awen and the oral equation, he immediately began to deduce it. Soon, a video stream of how to construct a witchcraft model of the art of rapid growth emerged in his mind. That night, after Ronan returned to the small attic, he could not wait to start practicing the art of rapid growth. This is not only to increase the age of the natal longevity tree, cultivate the greenwood spirit body, and improve the qualifications. It is also to practice the way of nature. Ronan first followed the spell of the art of rapid growth and began to chant. When practicing witchcraft, you must chant spells at the beginning. Only when the proficiency reaches the proficient level can you construct a witchcraft model. As Ronan chanted, the nearby energy particles, that is, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, gathered towards the natal longevity tree. A light green beam of light appeared above the natal longevity tree. Ronan immediately felt a surge of vitality emerging in the natal longevity tree. This vitality was not greater than when he performed the breeding technique. This is because his breeding technique has been perfected, and the art of rapid growth has just begun. Just as he was stimulating the growth of his life tree, a strange force suddenly emerged in his body. He felt that his body was full of vitality and his spirit became more vigorous. He looked inward at his dantian and found that the power of the ancient wood longevity technique in it was a little more. He immediately called up Hongmeng and analyzed himself. You have obtained the blessing of the heart of nature. Current status, plant affinity. Status effect. When next to plants, strength, spirit, and mana are increased, the increase ratio is determined by the quality and number of plants. Amplification ratio. 2% up pointing arrow. Amplification range. 5 meters. Ronan's attention shifted away from the information flow and continued to use the liver speed growth technique to promote the growth of his life tree. Since the awakening of the heart of nature, Ronan and Awen have become more familiar with each other. Perhaps Awen also regarded Ronan as a druid. In addition to teaching, Awen also told Ronan a lot about the history of the druid school. It turns out that the druid school was not called the druid school before, but the druid sect. The Druids were originally a group of forest people in the southern jungle who worshipped the goddess of nature. At that time, wizards were not the mainstream on the Dawn continent. The goddess of nature would respond to the Druids and pass on knowledge to them. At that time, the Druids were called sages, wizards, and prophets. The supreme leader of the Druid sect was called the High Priest. However, when wizards swept the continent, everything changed. During the Druid sect period, there were several other sects on the continent. The gods of these sects would respond to the believers. Miracles appeared frequently. Among them, the largest sect is the Holy Light religion, which believes in the Lord of Holy Light and is also the state religion at that time. At that time, the word wizard was a name for heresy on the continent. Witch hunting was very popular on the continent at that time. At that time, the mainland wizards were just some weirdos who were friendly to energy particles but not good at using them. And all this changed because of the arrival of Augustus I, the first king of the land. It is said that Augustus I came from the legendary Wizard Islands. Legend has it that there are many schools on the Wizard Islands. There, the wizard training system was born, and wizards studied various knowledge. Augustus I, together with 3 other wizards, came to the Dawn continent where the kingdom of the land is now located. They gathered the distressed indigenous wizards on the continent and recruited wandering knights. Granted the mainland wizards the knowledge of using energy particles. Use their witchcraft to enchant armor and weapons and equip knights. Use energy particles and blood witchcraft to transform the knight's body. The combat effectiveness of wizards and knights was greatly increased. Soon, these 4 wizards led other wizards, knights and people who resisted the oppression of theocracy to clear all sects in the Dawn continent, break theocracy, and establish the kingdom of the land. The 4 wizards, including Augustus I, became the first 4 wizard families. But with the change of years, there are now 7 wizard families in the kingdom of the land. The Augustus family is still the most powerful among the wizard families. And the other 3 wizard families at the beginning, 2 were destroyed, leaving only 1. Some of the newly emerged wizard families were formed by the rise of native wizards in the Dawn continent. Some were established by wizards from the Wizard Islands. After the Druid sect was swept away, the goddess of nature no longer responded to the believers. The remaining Druids, after years of change, integrated into the wizards. They went from worshippers of gods to a group of wizards who delved into plant knowledge. The Druid sect was renamed the Druid School. However, they still retained some knowledge from the Druid period and the tradition of being close to nature. The spell of the heart of nature was not studied by the Druid wizards during the Druid period. It was passed down from the Druid period. The art of speedy growth mastery 1% up pointing arrow. After the rapid growth technique reached mastery, its ability to promote the growth of plants finally surpassed the perfect growth technique. Ronan mobilized the magic power of the ancient wood immortality technique, injected it into the witchcraft model of the speedy growth technique, and spread his hands. Suddenly, a pillar of green light, larger than before, fell directly on the natal tree of immortality. The vitality in the natal longevity tree immediately became intense. The roots extend all over the pot. The branches and leaves gradually become luxuriant. The height of the trees slowly rises at a speed that is invisible to the naked eye. Spiritual plant. The immortal tree. Year. 69 up pointing arrow. The age of the natal longevity tree increases steadily. At the same time, the blessings given to him by the heart of nature are getting stronger and stronger. You have received the blessing of the heart of nature. Current status. Plant friendly. Status effect. Next to the plant, strength, spirit, and mana are increased. The increase ratio is determined by the quality and quantity of the plant. Increase ratio. 4% up pointing arrow. Amplification range. 8 meters. It would be great if I could take the immortality tree with me. Single quote. Ronan couldn't help but think in his heart. In this way, he can always get increases. However, the current longevity tree is already 60 centimeters tall. From the appearance, it is the size of an ordinary landscape potted plant. If it is still planted in a small flower pot, he can still carry it away. But now, he can't carry a potted landscape plant everywhere. In this way, it will attract the attention of others. The natal longevity tree has a brown trunk with more than 10 branches branched from it, with small green leaves on them. It doesn't look much different from other landscape potted plants. But only Ronan knew that he was continuously absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Fortunately, the energy particles in the wizarding world are extremely rich, so the speed of absorbing the spiritual energy of the world will not attract anyone's attention. If you were in a shanty town in the immortal domain of the Wanjan sect, where the spiritual energy was relatively thin, if you planted such a tree, the flow of spiritual energy from the surrounding world would be very obvious, and it would definitely attract the attention of others. But there is only one tree like this in my small attic, which is a bit conspicuous. Single quote. Thinking of this, Ronan walked out the door. When we arrived at the lower city, we visited the flower and plant market. I bought 5 kinds of potted plants, including flowers and trees, and brought them back to the small attic, where they were placed together with the natal longevity tree. At the same time, he went to Diagon Alley and bought back 3 pots of magical tree plants. Absorbing energy particles to grow is a characteristic of magic plants. These 3 pots of magic plants were placed on the balcony of the attic. Together with the natal immortality tree and other ordinary flowers and plants, the natal immortality tree was inconspicuous. After all, among so many flowers and plants, the immortal tree is not the only tree that absorbs energy particles. The only tree that could feed him the aura of heaven and earth was the immortal tree. Only he knows this. His connection with the natal tree of immortality is so mysterious that others, not to mention himself, can only feel it but cannot observe it at all. He tried using his consciousness to scan back and forth between him and his natal tree, but he couldn't detect any connection. What is the origin of the ancient wood immortality technique? Single quote. Ronan suddenly had this idea in his mind. If the world of immortal cultivation is rich in aura and has abundant spiritual plant resources, ancient wood immortality technique will definitely make immortal cultivators flock to it. This may be an ancient cultivation method left over from the period when spiritual energy was strong in the world of immortality. Single quote. If I can find the source of this ancient method, I might be able to obtain spells and techniques as mysterious as the ancient wood immortality technique. Single quote. Perhaps the Wanjan sect still retains its ancient methods. Ronan thought to himself. However, as a chi refining casual cultivator with no relatives or friends, he could not enter the Wanjan sect at all. Only casual cultivators who have reached the level of foundation building will be invited by the Wanjan sect. Practice hard. Single quote. Ronan spent all his magic power and sat cross-legged on the bed. While using the ancient wood immortality technique to restore mana, he also improves his cultivation level. In the evening, Wild Deer Bar. Ronan sat in front of the wooden bar, picked up a large wooden wine glass, and drank mead. After practicing all day, it's not bad to come here for a drink in the evening. Single quote. Ronan felt the sweetness of honey and the mellowness of wine between his lips and teeth, and thought happily in his heart. Ronan, what have you been busy with lately? Paul, who was sitting next to him, said while chewing his steak. Refining potions, cultivating magic plants, practicing meditation, or practicing witchcraft. Ronan also put a piece of steak soaked in sauce into his mouth. All of them. Your talent in refining medicine is really good, but it's a pity that your wizard qualifications are not very good. You can't enter the Kingdom Wizard Academy and learn from the professors there. Paul was cutting the beef and chatting. Besides Triumph City, there are other wizard colleges. They should let you enroll, but the professors there are a little inferior. Except for the wizards from the 6 major wizard families, the most powerful wizards from each school in the kingdom are basically all in Triumph City. Paul took a sip of malt wine, swallowed the beef, and continued. However, if you are brave, you can also try to find the Wizard Islands. I heard that the wizards there are pure and crazy, with only knowledge in their eyes. They may ignore your qualifications and accept you. But it's dangerous there, isn't it? Ronan said. He had heard Awen talk about that place before. Crazy, dangerous, opportunity, and knowledge intertwined. A wizard may rise there, or be imprisoned there for hundreds of years, becoming a human experiment for other wizards, living a life of neither wanting to live nor wanting to die. Of course. At this point, Paul gurgled, swallowed the beef in his mouth, looked around, and then leaned close to Ronan's ear and whispered. Do you know where the source of the Undead Society is? Wizard Islands. Ronan answered immediately. How do you know? Paul paused. You said so, but it's still there. Ronan said. Besides, even the first king of the Kingdom of Valant, Augustus I, came from there. Ronan thought. Paul chuckled and continued. I heard it from a professor in the academy. He once went to the Wizard Islands for a study and stayed there for 5 days, and almost couldn't come back. He said there are 2 places there, one is the Forest of Bones and the other is the Temple of the Dead Souls, both of which study necromancy. He guessed that the leader of the Necromancer Society is most likely from one of those 2 schools. By the way, how is the Necromancer Society doing recently? Ronan asked. This is an organization that once despised him. The wizards of the Wizard Council have made many moves, but they have also taken down several strongholds. Paul said. There are still wizards of the Necromancer Society active in various parts of the Kingdom of Valant, even in Triumph City. After all, necromancy is the study of death. They claim that they can communicate with the dead plane and retrieve the souls of the dead. Just, resurrection, can attract a large number of believers, including nobles and wizards. Then the Necromancer Society, have they really done anything to bring back the dead? Ronan asked in a low voice. I don't know, all kinds of news are flying all over the sky now. Paul said. Some news says that the person who came back from the dead is no longer the person he was when he was alive, but a monster. There is also news that in places where the plague broke out, the wizards of the Necronomicon Society helped people resurrect those who died in the plague, and many families were able to reunite again. But, Paul glanced left and right again and whispered. Even if it can bring the dead back to life, the royal family will never allow this kind of witchcraft to exist. Just imagine, if Augustus I, II, III, and IV were all resurrected, what would happen to the current king? Haha, they won't sit together and play cards, right? The longevity brought by wizard training has caused trouble for the royal family. It happens from time to time that elders with good wizarding qualifications overwhelm juniors with poor wizarding qualifications to death. Seeing the bartender coming over, Ronan immediately patted Paul's thigh and said, Stop talking. Although, in the Valant Kingdom, public opinion and ideological control are not strong. He could sometimes hear people talking about the royal family in the marketplace. Some women in the Feng Yusuo even dyed their hair the color of the queen and wore the queen's court attire to attract guests. But Paul is a wizard apprentice at the kingdom's wizarding academy. He is an elite in the kingdom and will most likely work for the royal family in the future. If his words were spread, they would attract attention. As Paul's conversation partner, he might also be implicated. Ronan immediately asked some questions about wizard training to change the subject. The 2 of them drank and ate while chatting, and half an hour passed before they knew it. Suddenly, Ronan noticed that a person was walking towards them. Ronan used AI Hongmeng to analyze this person. Strength, 2.1. Spirit, 9.1. Mana, 9.3. Wizard level, level 2 wizard apprentice. This person has the aura of death on his body. Although it is covered, it is still leaking. Wizard's apprentice, breath of death. Single quote. Ronan thought of the Necronomicon he had just discussed and kept a careful eye on it. His spirit had secretly connected with the talisman in the black storage ring, and he pulled up his cloak to cover his left hand. If necessary, he would immediately take the talisman to his left hand and activate it under the cover of his cloak. Ronan still looked as usual, drinking and chatting with Paul. After the wizard apprentice came a little closer, he pretended to see him and his eyes froze slightly. Seeing Ronan's eyes, Paul followed Ronan's gaze and saw the stranger walking over. "Two sirs." The wizard apprentice came over. He is about 20 years old and has long black hair that is slightly curly and hangs down to both sides. The eye sockets are deep, with a pair of blue pupils in them. There are two carefully trimmed beards on his lips. "Is this Mr. Wilson?" The wizard apprentice just glanced at Ronan politely and then looked at Paul. "Yes, sir, what can I do for you?" Paul couldn't help but feel nervous. He sells wizarding knowledge privately and acts as a broker for the sale of wizarding materials. This is against the laws of the kingdom. Although he asked himself that he was doing it covertly, he was still afraid of being found out by the people from the Wizards' Council. "I'm Ma'an Took. I just want to ask Mr. Wilson something," Ma'an said elegantly. "Please speak," Paul said. "I heard that some time ago, anti-aging agents and anti-blackening agents were sold in Triumph City, and they were very popular among small and medium-sized nobles." Ma'an said. "I would like to meet the refiners of these two potions." When Paul heard that it was about the potion and not about his violation of the kingdom's laws, he immediately became relaxed. His originally upright body leaned back slightly, and his sitting posture became loose again. "I refined the potion," Paul said. Ronan nodded secretly. This is what he warned Paul many times before. Never reveal to anyone that he is the refiner of anti-aging and anti-aging agents. "Mr. Wilson, don't joke." Ma'an smiled lightly. "I heard from a friend that Mr. Wilson's pharmacy performance in the college was very average." Paul's face turned slightly red, and the freckles on his cheeks became darker. "Who are you, how do you know my name, and why do you want to ask about me?" Paul stared at Ma'an, his words no longer polite. "It's not convenient here. Can Mr. Paul take a moment to speak?" Ma'an said in a low voice. "Is there anything I can't say here?" Paul asked. "Then I'll tell you the truth." Speaking of this, a wave of witchcraft suddenly spread from Ma'an's body. His next words were only limited to a small area, and only Ronan and Paul could hear them. "I want to invite your pharmacist friend to join the Society of the Dead." After hearing this, Ronan and Paul's eyes widened and they looked at each other. "You too, the Society of the Dead is not an evil wizard organization as rumored by the outside world," Ma'an said. "We study the ways of life and death. Tonight, we have a resurrection ceremony. I sincerely invite you two to visit us, and you will have a great impression of us." Where? Ronan's eyes lit up and he seemed extremely interested. But in fact, he was very wary in his heart, fearing that if they went there, there would be no resurrection ceremony and they would be put in danger. He pretended to be interested in order to get the location and then let Paul report to the Wizard Council. The Wizard Council would send law enforcement wizards to destroy the necromancer's base. The location is hard to find. If you are interested, I will take you there. This necromancer apprentice was also very cautious. "That's not to bother you." Ronan continued to be polite. "My two lords, this is not a big deal." Ma'an was halfway through his words when Paul suddenly pulled out an ancient short magic wand from his waist. With just a shake, the first level intermediate magic, Flame Flow, was activated. A ball of flame burst out from the end of the magic wand, pulling a flame tail, cutting through the void, and crashing towards Ma'an. Paul thought that he was a student of the Kingdom Wizard Academy and a second-level wizard apprentice. Since he knew that this person was from the necromancer, he had no intention of dealing with him and took action immediately. Ma'an stretched out his hand to block, and the white ring on his finger flashed a white light, and in just a moment, it condensed into a bone shield. Bang! The flame flow hit the bone shield, turning into streams of fire. A charred mark was left on the bone shield, and wisps of black smoke came out from it. "This man is from the Undead Society, catch him!" Paul shouted. Suddenly, everyone in the tavern looked over. "Humph!" Ma'an sneered, his face turned sinister, and a gray-white crystal appeared in his hand. Suddenly, the crystal emitted a gray-white light, covering it. "Be careful of the revenge of the Undead Society." After Ma'an left a word, the light rolled up and disappeared immediately. Go to the Wizards' Council quickly. Ronan pushed Paul, who was slightly stunned. Paul came to his senses immediately and ran out of the bar. While running, he took out a bottle of potion and drank it. His running speed increased visibly to the naked eye. As soon as Paul left, Ronan also left the tavern. He walked quickly to the side, specifically towards a place with few people. After turning into an uninhabited alley, he immediately took out the cloak and mask from inside, condensed the wizard's hands, and quickly put them on. Since practicing the Yan Shen Ju, his mental power has greatly increased, and his coverage range has reached 120 meters. Moreover, his spiritual consciousness is more acute and he can perceive many subtle things. When Ma-En used the spar to leave, he released his spiritual consciousness and vaguely captured the direction of Ma-En's teleportation. So, after putting on his cloak and mask, he opened his consciousness and searched for that place. Beware of the revenge of the Necronomicon. This sentence popped up in Ronan's mind again. Ronan felt unhappy when he thought that someone held a grudge against him. This man cannot lie. Single quote. In fact, even if Ma-En didn't say this, he didn't want Ma-En to live. After all, this was a necromancer who remembered his face. A deserted alley. Suddenly, a white light swirled and flashed. Immediately afterwards, a figure spun and enlarged from the white light. In just a moment, Ma-En's figure appeared. Vomit. After Ma-En appeared, he immediately vomited against a big tree. The crystal he used to escape is called the Shadow Gem. This is only used by wizards above the formal wizard level. Because a formal wizard's body has undergone benign radiation of energy particles, he can fully withstand the distortion of the physical body caused by the movement of the Shadow Gem in space. As a second-level wizard apprentice, he reluctantly used the Shadow Shifting Gem, and suddenly felt his body turning upside down. After vomiting for a while and vomiting all the drinks and food in the bar, I felt much better. He took out a handkerchief from the storage ring and wiped the vomit residue from his mouth. A pair of eyes that were originally haggard due to vomiting turned cold. Paul Wilson, and who the other one is? I don't know, he's probably a minor figure, both of them have to become my skeleton soldiers. Single quote. He expected to see the two men's frightened expressions before undergoing the transformation ceremony. After putting the handkerchief back into the storage ring, Ma-En was about to run away in one direction. Suddenly, a ray of silver light appeared from the corner of the alley in front of him. Ma-En's pupils dilated, and he did not identify what the silver light was. He directly used his magic power, injected it into the bone shield witchcraft model, and then released it through the witchcraft amplification ring on his right hand. The shield that blocked the first-level medium witchcraft flame flow flashed in front of him again. The next moment, silver light flashed at Ma-En. Suddenly, Ma-En's movements and expressions froze. Immediately afterwards, the shield split into two halves and fell to the ground, and Ma-En's head fell off from his neck. The entire headless corpse fell down like a mountain. At the corner of the alley, Ronan made a gesture, and the silver light that killed Ma-En immediately turned into a line of smoke and dissipated. After leaving the tavern, he kept releasing his consciousness and searching for Ma-En. Finally, just now, I found Ma-En who had finished vomiting, and immediately used a flying sword talisman. Ronan possesses the power of the first-level high-grade talisman, wind-chasing talisman. With a slight exertion of his feet, an afterimage appeared from his body, and he ran to Ma-En's body at an extremely fast speed. He condensed a wizard's hand and put away the storage ring on Ma-En's hand. The spirit probed into this storage ring and sensed that there was about 1 cubic meter of space. He immediately put Ma-En's head, body, and dissipating bone shield into this storage ring. Then, 5 wizard hands were condensed. In each wizard's hand, there is a stack of cleansing charms. He used the cleaning talisman to hit Ma-En's vomit, blood, and other areas. After all these traces were removed, he moved, pulled out an afterimage again, and left this place. While running, he used the cleaning charm to remove all traces he might have left on the road. Moreover, his consciousness is fully open and he is always aware of the people near him. After running to an uninhabited alley far away, he immediately changed his clothes and returned to the attire of an aristocratic young master. Then, he walked back to the small attic leisurely. After returning to the small attic, Ronan immediately changed his clothes and traveled to the secular world of immortality. Go to an uninhabited forest and take out Ma An's body and head from the storage ring. Ma An's head and body fell on the forest floor. His head still rolled twice, his eyes widened, and his face still had the same frightened expression he had before his death. Ronan took out a flame talisman and threw it at Ma An's face. Brush. Ma An's head was hit by the flames and immediately turned into a ball of fire. Later, Ronan searched Ma An's body again, and after making sure that there was nothing else on him, he threw the flame talisman on the body one after another. Soon, the entire corpse also burst into flames. Ronan left Ma An's body burning and took out all the belongings in Ma An's storage ring. These things were stained with Ma An's blood and were sticky. After piling all these things on the ground, Ronan threw the cleaning charms on them. Every time a cleansing talisman was thrown up, the blood stains on it dissipated. After throwing out the 5 cleaning talismans, all those objects will be as clean as ever. However, some paper objects have been soaked in blood for a long time, and even the cleaning charm cannot remove the blood stains on them. Ronan knelt down and picked up the items one by one to look at them. The first thing he picked up was a witchcraft book, which contained the white bone meditation method. And 3 matching witchcrafts. First level medium witchcraft, bone shield. First level of advanced witchcraft, spear of bones. Second level medium witchcraft, bone substitute. This Ma An is just a second level wizard apprentice. He probably only learned the bone shield. So he was killed by my sword. Single quote. Ronan thought, then picked up another book and started reading it. This book is Notes on Creatures from the Necronomical Plane, which explains and draws several creatures from the necronomical plane. Skeletons, rotten corpses, black corpses, undead. But it only records the witchcraft formations for summoning skeletons and corpses. Although Ronan memorized the witchcraft formula, he would not try to summon it. The essence of this witchcraft formation is to establish a transmission channel in 2 planes. At that time, I am afraid that those who come here may not be skeletons and corpses from the plane of death, but may be more powerful and uncontrollable existences. Ronan closed the Notes of Creatures from the Undead Plane, and looked at a blood-stained parchment. This parchment is a sea map. On the left side of the picture, looking at the outline, it should be the Don continent. And far to the right of Chengxi continent is an archipelago. Is this a chart to the Wizard Islands? Single quote. Ronan guessed in his mind. Chapter 51. Triumph City. Paul hurriedly informed the Wizard Council of the appearance of the Necromancer Wizard Apprentice. The Wizard Council then sent 3 formal wizard, level law enforcement wizards to search for him. One of the formal wizards had once studied supernatural creature cultivation as a minor, and had cultivated a dark raven since his student days at the Kingdom Wizard Academy. He released a black crow with green eyes, and it circled in the sky at a height of 1,000 meters around the wild deer bar. After casting the magic vision sharing, his eyes turned white, and his spirit entered the dark raven, searching the vicinity with the dark raven's eyes. However, after searching for a while, he could not find even a trace. The other 2 wizards also searched in various ways, but they also found nothing. The 3 law enforcement wizards could not help but wonder. According to Paul's description, the wizard of the necromancer could only barely block the first-level intermediate magic, flame flow. Moreover, the energy particles released when performing witchcraft did not fluctuate much, so it was most likely a wizard apprentice. In theory, a wizard apprentice, using the shadow shifting gem, across a distance of 1,000 meters in space is already the limit. If the distance is farther, their bodies will be directly twisted and collapsed in the alien space. Could it be that someone in that area is supporting the Necromancer Society? One of the law enforcement wizards proposed this possibility. But the search area will affect each household. Especially here is the city within the City of Triumph, where many nobles and wizards live. It is not something they can search casually. Therefore, the 3 law enforcement wizards can only return to the Wizard Council first, report the situation to the Wizard Council, and let the high-level officials of the Wizard Council decide. If the high-level officials attach enough importance to it, they will sign a search warrant and send more people to search. After Ronan dealt with Ma An's body in the Shushan world, he slapped a few cleaning talismans on himself, changed into the clothes of the wizard world, and then traveled back to the small attic. As soon as he returned to the attic, Ronan laid out the materials for drawing talismans on the desk to improve his proficiency. Talismans. Flying Sword Talisman, Grandmaster 81%. Golden Armor Talisman, Master 35%. Chasing Wind Talisman, Master 31%. After working for more than an hour, he began to practice the ancient wood longevity technique. Until late at night, after slapping several cleaning talismans on himself, he changed into loose pajamas and went to bed. At noon the next day, Ronan was facing his natal longevity tree and releasing the rapid growth technique. Suddenly, he felt something in his heart and knew that someone was approaching his attic. Now, he has practiced the spiritual evolution technique and has the blessing of the heart of nature. The release range of his spiritual consciousness is already 130 meters in radius. And everything his spiritual consciousness perceives is clearer than before. After he focused his spiritual consciousness on the person who came. In his mind, Paul's bird's nest-like curly hair, freckled face, and lean body immediately emerged clearly. He summoned Hongmeng and could get Paul's stats. Paul was a wizard of A middle caliber, and was currently a second-level wizard apprentice, a little worse than him. Moreover, in terms of spirit and mana, he was not only inferior to him, but also to Ma'an, the wizard apprentice of the Necromancer Society yesterday. However, Paul was only 18 years old now, while Ma'an was already 20 years old. Knock knock knock. Ronan, are you home? Soon, Paul went up to the attic, knocking on the door and shouting. Ronan immediately went to open the door. After Paul entered the house, he immediately sat down on a chair next to the dining table. Looking at his expression, he seemed a little resentful. Those guys in the Wizard Council are really just taking money and not working. After Ronan closed the door, Paul immediately said, "They can't even catch a wizard apprentice of the Necromancer Society. No wonder the Necromancer Society was rampant a few months ago, and a few months later, the Necromancer Society is still so rampant. It turns out that their efficiency is so low. It took 3 people to sign a search warrant, and it took a full hour. During that hour, although they asked the Capitol guards to block that area, what's the use? The Necromancer Society will definitely use the Shadow Gem again to get out of that area. Humph, when I graduate from the academy and work in the Wizard Council, I will definitely rectify everything." While listening to Paul's arrogant words, Ronan poured him a glass of wine. Paul saw Ronan pour the wine, picked up the glass and drank it, then continued. "Yesterday, that guy actually said he wanted to take revenge on us. We didn't do anything. Our luck is so bad that drinking wine can cause trouble for the Undead Society. But I'm fine. I'm hiding in the academy. That guy, even if he wants to take revenge on me, can't do anything to me. But you, it's dangerous if you're here. Why don't you go back to Redwood Territory to hide? After you go back, that guy won't travel thousands of miles to find you." Ronan shook his head. In Redwood Territory, not to mention formal wizards, even wizard apprentices are not common. If you practice there, you have to ask someone to transport a piece of witchcraft material from other parts of the kingdom. Not only is it slow, but it's also expensive. How can it be as convenient as Triumph City? Paul wanted to say that with Ronan's qualifications, even if he practiced less for a period of time, his progress would not be greatly affected. However, considering Ronan's feelings, he didn't say it when he was on the tip of his tongue. He used his mind to connect his storage ring and took out 3 medicine bottles from it. This is the primary active potion. After drinking it, the activity of muscles throughout the body will be enhanced, and running will be much faster. Enter Feiyu Lane to the east of here, go straight into the Galloping Horse Road, and then turn into William Street. There is an office of the Wizard Council. If you find something wrong, you can drink the potion and run over there. On the way, you can also call the Knights of the Capitol Guard to resist you for a while. If the wizard apprentice comes to retaliate against you in person, you will be absolutely safe if you do this. If it is a formal wizard. However, formal wizards are very busy and probably don't have time to come." As he said, he put the medicine bottle on the table. Ronan put away the medicine bottle and nodded. He had killed Ma'an anyway. After Paul left, Ronan used a stripping charm on himself. He then condensed 6 wizard hands, 2 of which put on a light blue cloud-patterned robe for him, 2 of which tied a blue belt, and 2 of which arranged his clothes. His own hands tied his hair into a bun and inserted an ebony hairpin. He was going to the market in the return to the True Sect's fairyland to see if there were any new things. Snap! He snapped his fingers and his body disappeared in the room. The next moment, he came to a secular city on the edge of the return to the True Sect's fairyland. He used the wind-chasing charm, and his body seemed to turn into a gust of wind, running towards the return to the True Sect's fairyland. When he ran into the fog array, he took out the jade pendant left by the ancestor of the Liu family. The thick fog immediately split to both sides, leaving him a path. After entering the return to the True Sect's fairyland, he walked straight to the market. As soon as you walk into Fangxi, a shanty town, you will be greeted by the breath of life. The roads in Fangxi are not paved with stone slabs, they are all dirt. Stalls are lined up on both sides of the road. They sell everything. There are not only talismans, elixirs, and magical instruments for cultivation, but also pots, pans, firewood, rice, oil, and salt needed for daily life. The stall owners shouted, the buyers bargained for prices, and all the voices merged into one. On one side, there are food stalls and food stalls. The smoke from cooking fireworks rises high, and the smell is mouth-watering. Boss, have a bowl of beef noodles and add more green onions. Ronan shouted as he sat down at a food stall. He didn't come back after lunch in Triumph City, just to have a taste of the craftsmanship here. Soon, a bowl of fragrant beef noodles was served by the boss. Ronan was not satisfied with one bowl, so he asked for 2 more bowls. After eating, I paid the bill, loosened my belt slightly, and walked towards Fangxi. This is B-shaped square city. This time he entered the Wanjun sect's immortal domain, which was closest to Yijiaofeng City. So I came here first. Ronan looked at the stalls in Fang City and saw that the prices of talismans and other items were back to normal. From this point of view, the world of cultivation during this period was quite peaceful. Ronan walked around the stalls for a while with his hands behind his back, then suddenly stopped. He saw a thin book with the 4 words, Aoki Sword Technique, written on the cover. Just by looking at the name, you can tell that it is suitable for cultivation by Mulingan cultivators. Can I read this book? Ronan asked. Please, the stall owner responded. Ronan immediately picked up Aoki Sword Technique, and opened it. After reading the first few pages, I knew that this sword art was indeed the sword art of Mulingan. His sword moves are all executed with the power of wood. The general outline of the sword art states that there are 12 levels in this sword art. As long as you practice this green wood sword technique, you can use the magic power of wood to release sword energy to hurt the enemy. After reaching the 3rd level of practice, you can master the Aoki Sword Light, which is more powerful than the sword energy. After reaching the 6th level, you can learn the Sword Shadow Light Splitting Technique. After reaching the 9th level, you can learn the Protective Sword Formation. After reaching the 12th level, you can learn the 12 Green Spirit Sword Formation. 12 green spirit swords need to be cast to form this sword array. The pages Ronan flipped through only briefly introduced this sword technique. The pages of the book on how to practice in the future are all in the hands of the stall owner. How to sell this sword art? Ronan asked. The stall owner raised 2 fingers, 2 middle-grade spiritual stones. 2 pieces of middle-grade spiritual stones, even about 200 pieces of low-grade spiritual stones. Ronan mentally searched into the black storage ring and knew that he only had about 60 low-grade spiritual stones, which was not enough to buy this book. It's too expensive, Ronan said. Fellow Taoist, this sword technique is worth this spiritual stone, it can't be cheaper, said the stall owner. I only have about 50 pieces of low-grade spiritual stones. If you are willing to sell them, I will give you all the 50 pieces of low-grade spiritual stones, Ronan said. He thought that books like this were all copied by hand anyway. Even after selling him 50 or so spiritual stones, he could have sold another manuscript. No, no, no. I only sell 2 pieces of medium-grade spiritual stones. I won't sell anything less. The stall owner waved his hand but refused to let go. I don't know if this stall owner knows the trick of some customers, pretending to be poor to keep the price down. Forget it, I don't have enough money, so I won't buy it. Ronan shook his head and walked away immediately. After leaving, he walked slowly, expecting the stall owner to call him back. However, 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps. The stall owner didn't speak at all. Ronan sighed inwardly and left immediately. He walked around in the other 2 markets and found that the books on spells and moves he saw were not as satisfactory as Aoki's sword technique. Because this, green wood sword technique, is the exclusive sword technique of the wood spirit root, which can exert the killing effect of the wood's magic power. Moreover, it has 12 levels and 5 sword moves, which is much richer than other books he saw today. You can only earn spiritual stones. Single quote. So, Ronan bought the talisman paper in the market. Go back to the shack and start drawing the symbols. What he drew were all first-level mid-level talismans of mastery level and below, such as amulets, light body talismans, flame talismans, etc. He will not draw talismans above master level. First, the price was high and it was difficult to find a buyer for a while. Secondly, it will touch the interests of some talisman masters. He knew that there were some talisman masters in the shanty towns who specialized in selling master-level talismans. He didn't want to cause trouble again after occupying the market of these talisman masters. Thirdly, after exposing his talisman attainments, he may get into trouble. After all, this is the immortal domain of the Wanjun sect, with its immortal cultivating family and the even larger Wanjun sect. If he had known that he had such a talent for talismans, he might have controlled himself and dedicated himself to drawing talismans for them. Although this is a time of peace, consumables such as talismans are not easy to sell. Single quote. But I'll lower the price. In a few days, we should be able to collect 2 mid-grade spiritual stones. Single quote. While thinking about it, Ronan drew out the first-level mid-grade talismans one after another. The perfect talisman attainment was achieved by not delaying in drawing the talisman even when he was distracted. It took a long time, and towards evening, Ronan drew nearly 1,000 mastery-level first-level mid-grade talismans. He let out a breath, put all the talismans into his storage bag, and with a thought in his heart, returned to the wizarding world. Next, Ronan set up a stall in Yijiaofang Market in Wanjun Sect's immortal domain during the day, and returned to the wizarding world to practice and sleep at night. He chose the market number B where he set up his stall, just to see if his copy of Aoki Sword Art had been bought by anyone. If someone bought it, he might be able to buy a manuscript from that person at a lower price. And every time someone goes there to inquire about the price and then walks away, he will go back to bargain with the stall owner to see if the stall owner is willing to let go. The stall owner just refused to sell at a lower price. Ronan had no choice but to continue collecting spiritual stones. After 5 days, I finally saved enough 2 mid-grade spiritual stones. Ronan took 2 middle-grade spiritual stones and walked to the stall. He paid the stall owner with one hand and delivered the goods with the other. After delivering the goods, the stall owner closed the stall and left. Wait, Ronan saw him and immediately stopped him. Fellow Taoist, you have to wait until I verify the authenticity of this sword technique before you leave, right? The stall owner is still closing the stall. You have also seen it. This book has 100 pages in total. By the time you finish reading it, I don't know how long it will take you to read it. I have to go back. I will inspect the goods quickly, please wait here, Ronan said. The stall owner ignored them, packed up all the stalls, and walked directly outside Fangshi. Is there something fishy about this sword technique? Single quote. Ronan had a bad premonition in his heart and quickly followed him. The stall owner saw Ronan catching up quickly, and suddenly stepped on his feet. His figure suddenly accelerated, and he flew out like a flying monkey. Soon, he ran out of the market. Ronan immediately saw that the stall owner used the light body talisman. It seems that this sword technique is really tricky. Single quote. Ronan cursed in his heart, and then used 2 wind-chasing talismans on himself and chased after him. Ronan's wind-chasing talisman is much more effective than the light body talisman of the stall owner. In less than a breath, Ronan caught up with the stall owner. The stall owner saw Ronan catching up, and so fast, thinking that he might have offended someone who was much more powerful than himself, and he couldn't help but panic. He hurriedly took out a few more light body talismans from the storage bag, wanting to continue to bless himself and escape from here. But at this time, Ronan took out 2 ice talismans and threw them on him. After screaming several times, the stall owner immediately collapsed to the ground. Frost formed on his body, his whole body was trembling, and his teeth were chattering. Tell me, why did you run? Is there something wrong with this sword technique? Ronan pulled up the collar of the stall owner and questioned. This sword technique is fine. The stall owner trembled and said. It is. What is it? Ronan's eyes suddenly became sharp. The stall owner saw Ronan's murderous eyes, and his body trembled with fear, and then said. It is that the conditions for refining the Qingling sword are a bit harsh. Ronan narrowed his eyes slightly, and then threw the stall owner away. He opened the book in his hand and took a look. While reading, he asked AI Hongmeng to analyze the obscure terms in it. Soon, all the information in this book appeared in his mind. The following content is basically consistent with the general outline. It is the method of practicing the 12 levels, as well as the 5 moves of Qingmu Sword Qi, Qingmu Sword Light, Sword Shadow Light Division, Body Protection Sword Formation, and 12 Qingling Sword Formation. However, there is one thing that cannot be reflected in the general outline. That is, only by using the Qingling sword as a magic weapon can the true power of the Sword Shadow Spectral Art, the Body Protection Sword Formation and the 12 Qingling Sword Formation be brought into play. If other magic weapons are used, the power of the Sword Shadow Spectral Art will be reduced by 20%, the power of the Body Protection Sword Formation will be reduced by 40%, the power of the 12 Qingling Sword Formation will be reduced by 80%. And if 12 Qingling swords are refined and the 12 Qingling sword formation is activated, even with the cultivation of the peak of Qi refining, it can reverse the initial stage of foundation building. Ronan continued to read and soon saw the method of refining the Qingling sword. To refine the Qingling sword, at least 500 years of Qingling Qian bamboo is required. He had never heard of this kind of spiritual plant. And he studied magic plant science from Awen, and there was no bamboo among the 500 plants he knew. It is very likely that there is no bamboo in the wizard world. He knew about the scarce resources in the world of cultivation. The harsh conditions mentioned by the stall owner are probably due to this. Where can I get this 500-year-old Qingling Qian bamboo? Ronan looked at the stall owner. The stall owner hesitantly replied. The growth conditions of this Qingling Qian bamboo are very harsh. In places like shantytowns and mansions where the spiritual energy is thin, Qingling Qian bamboo can only grow for 30 years at most. Maybe, on the mountain of Wanjun sect, Qingling Qian bamboo can grow for 500 years. Maybe, that means there is no way. Then isn't the sword manual you sold me a waste paper? After Ronan said this, he immediately searched the stall owner's body. Not only did he take back his own spiritual stones, he also took all the spiritual stones of the stall owner. Fellow Taoist, you can't do this. The stall owner shouted. Although the Qingling sword cannot be refined, you can still learn the 2 moves of Qingmu Sword Qi and Qingmu Sword Light. Besides, the book says that if you refine the 12 Qingling swords, you can build your foundation against the enemy. Ronan ignored the stall owner and left without looking back. Ronan strolled around the 3 markets, following the description of the Qingling Qian bamboo in the book. Finally, he found a potted Qingling Qian bamboo in the A-shaped market. He called up Hongmeng and analyzed it. Spiritual plant, Qingling Qian bamboo. Year, 15. 15 years old. After going to the wizard world, maybe I can grow it to 500 years. Single quote. Ronan immediately bought the potted plant. Holding the potted plant, he left the Wanjun sect immortal realm. The space in his storage bag and storage ring was a vacuum. If the potted plant was placed in it, it would probably die after a long time. After leaving the fog array at the edge of the Wanjun sect immortal realm, he arrived at an uninhabited deep mountain forest. Ronan immediately had an idea and traveled back to the small attic with the Qingling Qian bamboo potted plant. As soon as he returned to the wizard world, Ronan's consciousness swept over the Qingling Qian bamboo. He immediately felt the vigorous vitality of the green spirit and emerald cloud bamboo. Since he awakened the heart of nature, his sense of plants has become more acute. It seems that the thin spiritual energy in the shed area really restricts the growth of this spiritual plant. There is no bamboo in the wizard world. This, alien, of his might attract attention. I have to hide it first. Ronan thought of this and went out to the market and bought 5 flower pots. Then, he took out the elf dagger, cut the green spirit and emerald cloud bamboo into 5 pieces, and buried each in the soil of the flower pot. Then he cast the breeding spell on these 5 pieces of green spirit and emerald cloud bamboo. The soil of the 5 flower pots was glowing with verdant light. Ronan's consciousness enveloped the 5 bamboos, and he immediately sensed that the 5 bamboos were taking root in the soil. First, plant these 5 bamboos and hide them in the soil. Tomorrow, I will go to Triumph City to see if there is a larger residence for rent. That's better than this small attic. Anyone who comes to see me can see that I am raising these plants. I haven't started learning the Qingmu sword art yet, and I only need to refine the Qingling sword when I reach the 6th level. I can cultivate the first 6 levels while promoting the growth of Qinglingquiyunju. The next day, Ronan found a dental dealer and rented a bungalow in the middle city. The bungalow has 3 bedrooms and a living room, and the rent is 3 valent gold coins a month. Ronan used one of the rooms as his own small botanical garden. Ordinary plants, magic plants, lifelong trees, and 5 Qinglingquian bamboos were all placed inside. The sunlight shone in from the window beside, hitting these plants, forming a thriving picture. After placing them, Ronan recalled the practice method of Qingmu sword art and began to practice. He sat cross-legged according to the Qingmu sword art. He moved the power of the ancient wood longevity technique in the meridians according to the route described in the sword art. After about a moment, Ronan felt something in his heart. He summoned Hongmeng and analyzed himself. Qingmu sword art 10% per layer. Then, he moved in his heart and traveled to the world of immortal cultivation, to the deep mountains and old forests. He used the power of the ancient wood longevity technique, stretched out his hand and aimed at a tree trunk in front of him, and pointed. Immediately, a sharp sword energy burst out from his fingertips. With a swish, wood chips flew, and a large piece of bark was cut off from the trunk by the sword energy. Swish, swish, swish. Ronan kept pointing at the trees in front of him. Sword chi burst out from his fingers. Every time a sword chi passed over a tree, a large piece of sawdust would burst out. The tree trunk fell down and hit the ground, stirring up dust all over the sky. Qingmu sword art level 2 99% up pointing arrow. Level 2 is about to be perfect. Single quote. Ronan was slightly excited. As long as he practiced to the 3rd level, he could learn the Qingmu sword light. At that time, the sword chi could be transformed into sword light, with greater lethality. Ronan released 3 more sword chis, and 3 trees fell down. Suddenly, he felt something in his heart, and asked Hongmeng to adjust the value. Qingmu sword art level 3 1%. He used the ancient wood longevity magic power and condensed it on the sword finger formed by the index finger and middle finger of his right hand. Suddenly, a layer of green light enveloped the sword finger. Ronan used his magic power and pointed his sword forward. A half-meter-long green sword light immediately broke through the air. It swept through the air and cut down 3 tree trunks in a row. Looking at the cut of the tree trunk, the cut surface was flat and the tree meridians were visible. Ronan looked at the trees piled up in front of him, called up Hongmeng, and analyzed his status. You have obtained the blessing of the heart of nature. Current status: plant affinity. Status effect: when next to plants, strength, spirit, and mana are increased, the increase ratio is determined by the quality and number of plants. Amplification ratio: 6%. Amplification range: 10 meters. Even if he destroyed the trees crazily, the heart of nature still existed. Moreover, the increase ratio and the increase range did not decrease. Perhaps, because I am connected to my natal immortal tree, the heart of nature also regards me as a tree. Single quote. My act of destroying trees cannot make the heart of nature disappear from me. Single quote. After thinking for a while, Ronan collected his thoughts and began to think about what to do next. Now, his Qingmu sword art has been practiced to the 3rd level. When he practices to the 6th level, he will learn the sword shadow splitting art. At that time, he will need to refine the Qingling sword as a magic weapon. He thought about it and felt that it was time to start growing the 5 sections of Qinglingquian bamboo. Thinking of this, Ronan's heart moved and he returned to the bungalow in Kaishuan City. In the small botanical garden in the bungalow, 5 sections of Qinglingquian bamboo with roots were buried in the soil. Bamboo is a foreign object in this world. Although he will not exhibit this small botanical garden to anyone, he does not want to put 5 pots of Qinglingquian bamboo here. Open a cellar and put the Qinglingquian bamboo in it. Single quote. If he wants to open a cellar, of course he can't dig it with his bare hands, Ronan thought. The earth-based witchcraft in the wizard world and the earth magic in the world of cultivation can help him open a cellar. The kingdom of Valant strictly controls the spread of witchcraft. If the people of the kingdom want to obtain witchcraft and do not violate the laws of the kingdom, they must study in various colleges and schools registered in the kingdom, or work in wizard organizations recognized by the kingdom, or be attached to wizard nobles canonized by the royal family. Wild wizards like Ronan can only obtain witchcraft through private transactions. It's a pity that Paul is learning fire witchcraft. Single quote. Of course, Paul can also introduce a wizard apprentice who practices earth witchcraft to teach me earth witchcraft privately. Single quote. But, in that case, if Paul makes a request, it is equivalent to giving another person a handle first. If that person has bad intentions, he will use it to blackmail us. Single quote. Forget it, I won't call Paul this time. Single quote. Go to Diagon Alley and take a look at the market in the immortal realm of the return of the true sect. Single quote. Thinking of this, Ronan went to Diagon Alley. After more than half an hour of wandering, he found nothing. Afterwards, he traveled to the world of immortal cultivation and headed straight to the immortal realm of Wanjun sect. After visiting the Bingzi market and Yizi market in succession, he finally found a talisman secret book of Moving Earth Talisman in Yizi market. Ronan bought it immediately, brought it back to the wizard world, memorized it, and began to grind for Moving Earth Talisman. Moving Earth Talisman is a first-level medium-grade talisman. Because it does not take effect quickly and cannot cause the ground to collapse suddenly, it is almost useless in fighting. This talisman is specially used for cultivators to do civil engineering. Ronan quickly grinded the Moving Earth Talisman to the mastery level. Then, he used it to secretly dig a cellar in the room where the small botanical garden was located. The excavated soil was taken to the secular world of the immortal cultivation world and dumped. 3 days later, a simple cellar appeared in front of Ronan. The cellar was not big, but it was enough to place 5 pots of Qinglingquian bamboo. He pasted several perfect-grade illumination talismans around the cellar, which could illuminate for 2 hours. So that the 5 Qinglingquian bamboos could also be illuminated. From then on, Ronan refined 18 portions of growth accelerators a day, dividing them equally between his natal immortal tree and the 5 Qinglingquian bamboos. But his rapid growth technique was still used on his natal immortal tree. Because the growth of his natal immortal tree was related to his cultivation speed, he had to devote more energy to the growth of his natal immortal tree. In the following days, because he refined more growth accelerators, his proficiency in the growth accelerators also increased rapidly. After a few days, his proficiency in the growth accelerators reached perfection. Ronan went to find Paul and asked him to help him get a new growth potion formula. Paul immediately agreed with a pat on his chest. The potion formula is much easier to make than witchcraft. You just need to write down the material quantity and the refining steps. Unlike witchcraft, if you want to make a witchcraft book to sell, you must at least write down the shape and method of the witchcraft model first. Ronan only waited for 1 day, and Paul remembered the formula of a growth potion from the Kingdom Wizard Academy. It is a first-level superior magic potion, the primary green liquid of life. After getting the prescription, Ronan immediately went to the lower city to buy medicinal materials. A total of 50 medicinal materials were bought, all of which were put into the storage black ring and brought back to the bungalow. After everything was ready, he set out the medicine refining equipment and began to refine. When refining the medicine, Ronan summoned Hongmeng to analyze the concentration and temperature of the medicine liquid so that he could adjust it at any time. With the help of Hongmeng, he successfully refined a primary green liquid of life for the first time. The liquid in the crucible was a dark green like moss, with bursts of smoke rising, and also a bit of light green and rich vitality. 1 portion of primary life green liquid was about 250 milliliters in the previous life. The potion formula that Paul memorized had instructions that a magic plant could only use 1 portion of primary life green liquid a day. After Ronan refined the potion, he condensed 2 wizard hands, held the crucible, walked to the small botanical garden, and poured it down for the natal immortal tree. The primary life green liquid seeped into the soil and was absorbed by the developed root system of the natal immortal tree. Ronan immediately felt a surge of vitality suddenly flourishing in the natal immortal tree. The natal immortal tree was slowly growing. He summoned Hongmeng and analyzed the natal immortal tree. Immediately, fine blue light patterns appeared on the tree. A stream of information appeared in his mind. Spiritual plant. Natal immortal tree. Year. 81 up pointing arrow. There are still 19 years left after 100 years. Single quote. Ronan couldn't help looking forward to this year. By then, his body would be the Greenwood spirit body. The natal immortal tree had grown a lot taller, reaching the root of his thigh. The pot where the natal immortal tree was planted was also ready to be replaced. After watering the natal immortal tree, Ronan continued to refine the primary growth green liquid. After refining a portion, he took it down to the cellar. He first summoned Hongmeng and analyzed the Qingling Qian bamboo buried in the flower pot. Spiritual plant. Qingling Qian bamboo. Year. 0.3. Since the Qingling Qian bamboo was cut into several sections by him, its age has dropped significantly. Ronan used his mental power to manipulate the two wizard hands and pour the primary growth green liquid in the crucible into the soil of the flower pot. Then, he saw that the age of the Qingling Qian bamboo was growing wildly. Year. 0.3 year. 0.6 year. 1. A bulge appeared in the soil in the flower pot. Then, a section of green bamboo broke through the soil and sprang up at a speed visible to the naked eye. About a moment later, this section of bamboo reached the top of the cellar. Spiritual plant. Qingling Qian bamboo. Year. 20. After drinking a bottle of primary growth green liquid, the age increased by nearly 20 years. Ronan was surprised and happy. If this trend continues, he will be able to harvest 500 years old Qingling Qian bamboo in a month, and thus refine the Qingling sword. In this way, the power of the guardian will be greatly increased. Then, Ronan continued to refine the initial growth green liquid and poured it into the other 4 flower pots with Qingling Qian bamboo buried in them. Whenever the initial growth green liquid was poured, the Qingling Qian bamboo would break through the soil and grow higher and higher. He summoned Hongmeng and analyzed the 5 Qingling Qian bamboos. It was found that their age was about 20 years old. The difference should be that different parts of the bamboo have different growth potentials. After continuously cultivating so many spiritual plants, Ronan's awakened natural heart also increased his blessing. You have obtained the blessing of the natural heart. Current status. Plant affinity. Status effect. When next to a plant, strength, spirit, and mana are increased, the increase ratio is determined by the quality and number of plants. Amplification ratio. 10% up pointing arrow. Amplification range. 20 meters. Ronan looked at the 5 Qingling Qian bamboos in the cellar, which were almost as tall as him, and all reached the top of the cellar. The cellar must be deepened. Single quote. He thought to himself after seeing this scene. In the following days, Ronan lived a very fulfilling life. Practicing the ancient wood longevity technique, promoting the growth of spiritual plants, practicing the Qingmu sword technique. Sometimes, he would go to Diagon Alley and the immortal realm of the Wanjun sect to see if there were any witchcraft and spells that suited his taste. At noon that day, he practiced the ancient wood longevity technique and breathed in and out for a few rounds. Feeling hungry, he stopped practicing and went out for lunch. Ronan walked on the street while thinking about what to eat for lunch. As he walked, he arrived in the lower city. He smelled the sweet smell of pie that had once made him salivate in a tavern, so he walked in. After ordering 2 servings of honey beef pies and a large glass of blackberry wine, he was about to enjoy his meal when his eyes suddenly fixed. His eyes were fixed on the 4 people who walked into the tavern. Ronan knew one of the 4 people. He was a knight squire in his father's territory. His name seemed to be Jack. Jack was a young man in his 20s. He was a little unkempt. His slightly long golden curly hair hung down on both sides, and his cheeks were dotted with golden roots. He wore a gray linen coat and a leather vest on his upper body, and a short sword on his waist. After the knight squire walked in, he glanced at the tavern and soon saw Ronan. The other 3 people also froze when they saw Ronan. Ronan immediately knew that these 3 people were probably his father's people. It's just that he had never met these three people before. As the second son of Baron Lawrence, he often appeared in various public occasions with his father. Those soldiers should recognize him. Second young Master Lawrence. The four men came over together and saluted Ronan. Why are you here? Ronan asked. The four soldiers looked at each other for a while, and then Jack smiled bitterly and said, there are too many people here, so it's not convenient to tell. Ronan did not continue to ask about this question, but asked again. Who led you here? It was young Master Lawrence. Jack said. He also entered Triumph City and said he was looking for you. Ronan stood up immediately after hearing this, took out a Valant gold coin, and put it on the table. I'll treat you to food and drink here. Then he left. These four people were suddenly given money to treat them to a meal, so they were naturally delighted and thanked Ronan. Ronan walked on the street, thinking in his heart. He did not write about his change of address in his family letter or tell his family members. In fact, he did not expect that in a short period of time, his family members would cross the distance of most of the kingdom and come here from Redwood territory. Ronan hurriedly walked back to the middle city. When he saw his small attic, he saw a strong and tall man knocking on the door of the small attic. Ronan hurriedly walked up and shouted, "Brother!" The man trembled when he heard it, and immediately turned around and looked at Ronan. This man also had black hair and black pupils, but he had beards on his cheeks, chin and lips, which made him look very rough. Ronan! Leon Lawrence shouted, and then hurried down the stairs and hugged Ronan. Although Ronan came from a time travel, he had been with this brother for several months and could feel Leon Lawrence's love for him. Being held tightly at this moment, a sense of intimacy can't help but rise in my heart. Brother, why are you here? Ronan asked. Leon let Ronan go. It's not convenient to talk here, let's go inside and talk. As he said, he was about to go up the stairs again. Ronan said, I moved, and took Leon to the bungalow. Leon looked at the bungalow. Although it was not luxurious, it was much larger than the small attic. It should not be cheap in Triumph City, where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. It seems that your wizard training is progressing well, Leon said. Ronan heard it and knew that the family didn't know his lie yet. Yes, brother, you haven't told me yet, why are you here? Ronan asked. This is also related to your wizards, Leon said. Bloodline wizard, I guess you know it too. Ronan nodded. Bloodline wizard, Saphir Oren, is notorious in the wizard world of the Kingdom of Valant. Saphir Oren was a wizard second only to the legendary wizard, Dolifa Augustus, in strength. He was not tolerated by the royal family because he had performed several bloody and dangerous human body transformations. After failing to fight against the royal family, he fled to the Orc Empire. After arriving in the Orc Empire, he used his blood witchcraft to create many fighting orc species, making the Orc Empire's combat power unprecedentedly strong. In particular, he used blood and body transformation witchcraft to create the Limb Reattachment Knight, which has a combat power that makes border soldiers terrified. Seeing Ronan nod, Leon said, under Saphir Oren's instigation, the orcs invaded the kingdom again, and the royal family recruited soldiers from all over. Our territory, Redwood territory, also needs to send 500 soldiers to participate in the war. After a quick reunion with Ronan, Leon was about to leave. He had to take the soldiers of the territory and catch up with the main force. Before Leon left, Ronan told him not to fight too hard after reaching the border, and to pretend to be dead if possible. But I don't know if Leon listened. Ronan sent Leon several miles outside the city and waved goodbye. Watching Leon walk into the 500-man team of the Redwood territory, and this 500-man team then joined the soldiers of other territories. The long team walked on the grass slope, under the blue sky, heading north. I hope Leon can return safely. Ronan stood in the distance, watching Leon's team gradually go away, then sighed and walked back into the city. That afternoon, Ronan went to Awen's bungalow. Whenever he entered Awen's bungalow, his natural heart suddenly became active. The increase in his own power has exceeded the increase in his power next to his natal immortal tree. This is because there are many precious magic plants in Awen's bungalow. The more precious the magic plant is and the older it is, the greater the increase in the heart of nature will be. Now he is not only looking for Awen to learn magic plant science. Moreover, With the help of AI Hongmong, he has learned 90% of Awen's knowledge of magic plant science. The rest still depends on practice. This time he came to Awen to learn wood combat witchcraft from Awen. Before awakening the heart of nature, he asked Awen to learn the wood combat witchcraft of the Druid school. But Awen refused to teach anyway. Even if Ronan tempted with a lot of money, Awen's tone did not loosen at all. After awakening the heart of nature, Ronan tempted with some money again, and Awen's tone loosened immediately. This afternoon is the day he and Awen agreed to learn witchcraft. Ronan put 20 Valant gold coins in a small red bag and handed it to Awen. Awen weighed it and put it into her storage bracelet. Then, she moved a sand table in the corner to the center of the small hall. In her hand, she held a branch. Today, I will teach you 3 basic wood-based combat magic for Druid School wizard apprentices. They are First Level Intermediate Magic, Entanglement. First Level Intermediate Magic, Wood Armor. First Level Superior Magic, Healing. The basic attack logic is to trap the enemy with entanglement first, and then kill the enemy with wood armor. At this point, Awen performed the entanglement. Her slender hands grabbed a flower pot without magic plants. Suddenly, a large group of vines emerged from the soil of the flower pot and entangled towards a place. Then, wood bark suddenly condensed on the skin of her left hand. Soon, the wood skin on the back of her hand extended forward and condensed into a sharp wooden blade. Awen waved her left hand, and the wooden blade swept across the vines summoned by the entanglement spell. Several vines were cut off and fell to the ground. Immediately, she shook her left hand slightly, and the wood skin on it turned into a cloud of mist and dissipated, revealing her smooth skin. The logic of defense is to use wood armor to defend, and if you are injured, use healing to heal. You have learned the breeding spell well, and it should not be difficult to learn the entanglement spell. After all, its spells and witchcraft models are relatively similar. Wood armor and healing are a kind of defensive witchcraft and a kind of healing witchcraft. You have not been exposed to them before, so it is much more difficult to learn them. After that, Awen first taught Ronan the spell of the entanglement spell. Then, while explaining, she used branches to write the spell and draw the witchcraft model on the sand table. With the help of AI Hongmong, Ronan quickly memorized the spells, techniques and witchcraft models of the entanglement technique. Awen was right. It was 7 points similar to the spells and witchcraft models of the breeding technique. As long as the breeding technique is learned well, the entanglement technique will be learned much faster. Next, Awen taught the spells, techniques and witchcraft models of the wood armor technique. She was afraid that Ronan would not understand it for a while, so she explained it in detail and taught it slowly. A pair of big brown eyes often looked at Ronan, trying to see where Ronan would have questions. With AI Hongmong, Ronan quickly memorized the spells, and the techniques and witchcraft models were memorized and understood thoroughly in a very short time. But his amazing learning ability could not be exposed. So he pretended to study very seriously. When Awen looked at him, he asked a few questions in the technique. After listening, Awen nodded, remembering that she had doubts about these points when she was learning, so she patiently explained to Ronan. Let's stop here today. Witchcraft is not easy to learn. You can come here in the next few days. After teaching for more than 3 hours, Awen said. Ronan wished that she could teach the spells, techniques and witchcraft models of healing magic. It's a pity that Awen is a defender of the tradition of the Druid sect. She only teaches witchcraft orally and never leaves any trace on paper. However, it is also because Awen is a defender of the tradition of the Druid sect that she is willing to teach him witchcraft after he awakens the heart of nature. If according to the kingdom's decree, he is now neither recognized by the great wizard of the Druid school, Malfury, nor by the wizard council. Awen taught him witchcraft privately, and both of them violated the decree. Okay, Ms. Drell, see you tomorrow. Ronan said goodbye and walked towards the door. Wait, Awen suddenly called Ronan. When you go out, you must not show this witchcraft to others. If you are reported, you can pay a high fine. But I don't have that much gold coins, so I can only serve. Although Awen is close to being a formal wizard, she lives a very tight life. After all, wizard training is very expensive. I won't do it. Ronan said, then turned around and pushed the door open. In the next few days, Ronan went to Awen's small bungalow every day and pretended to learn witchcraft. At night, Ronan traveled to the world of immortal cultivation and practiced 3 kinds of witchcraft in the deserted woods. While practicing, he summoned Hongmeng and analyzed himself. Lifespan: 212 up-pointing arrow. Strength: 9.3 up-pointing arrow. Spirit: 21 up-pointing arrow. Mana: 12 up-pointing arrow. Kung Fu: Ancient Wood Longevity Kung Fu 10th level 2%. Green Wood Sword Technique 3rd level 1%. Divine Art 5% for beginners. Talisman: Flying Sword Talisman Grandmaster 81%. Golden Armor Talisman Master 35%. Wind Chasing Talisman Master 31%. Expand: Witchcraft: Entanglement Master 2% up-pointing arrow. Wood Armor Proficient 12%. Healing Proficient 1%. Expand: Knowledge: Magic Plant Science Master 23%. Pharmacy Proficient 68%. Expand: Pharmacy: Growth Green Liquid Proficient 36%. Expand: Cultivation Realm, Chi Refining Level 7. Wizard Level, Level 3 Wizard Apprentice. Spiritual Plant, Lifelong Tree. Year: 82. As Awen said, because he learned the breeding technique well, the progress of the entanglement technique was much faster. As long as the witchcraft reaches the expert level, the witchcraft model can be constructed in the mind. Now, the witchcraft models of the 3 wood-based combat witchcrafts have been constructed in his mind. As long as he uses his magic power, he can instantly cast these 3 witchcrafts. It was also night in the world of immortal cultivation. There was no moon in the sky, only a few sparse stars. It was almost pitch black in the deep mountains and old forests. But Ronan's body, nourished by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth fed back by his natal immortal tree, was much stronger than that of ordinary people. With his eyesight, he could still see things even with only a little starlight. Ronan used the ancient wood immortality magic power and injected it into the witchcraft model of entanglement. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and grabbed forward. Swish! The soil on the forest ground in front of him bulged, and then several vines burst out from the soil and entangled towards a tree. Soon, these vines entangled the tree. As he continued to inject magic power, the power of the vines became stronger and stronger. The bark was twisted by the vines and soon sank. Then, Ronan used magic power again. Click! When the sound fell, the tree trunk was actually tangled by Ronan's entanglement spell, and fell to one side. Ronan continued to manipulate the vines to entangle the falling tree trunk. Then, he manipulated the vines and waved the tree trunk. The tree trunk passed by, pulling the air in the forest, making a roaring sound. After waving a few times, Ronan manipulated the vines and gently put the tree trunk down. According to Awen, the entanglement spell at this time should not have such great power. Single quote. Ronan summoned Hongmeng and analyzed his status. You have obtained the blessing of the heart of nature. Current status: plant affinity. Status effect: when next to a plant, strength, spirit, and mana are increased. The increase ratio is determined by the quality and number of plants. Amplification ratio: 12% up pointing arrow. Amplification range: 23 meters. Even if he counted the 12% increase of the heart of nature, the entanglement spell should not have such a strong power. Now his entanglement can cut off a tree trunk the size of a basin, and he can lift it up and swing it. This is at least twice as powerful as the entanglement described by Awen. Could it be that the ancient wood longevity magic has a bonus to wood-related witchcraft and spells? Single quote. Thinking of this, Ronan decided to verify it. He had only tried the power of the entanglement, but not the power of the wood armor. The power of the wood armor is reflected in the hardness of the wood armor. He used the ancient wood longevity magic and injected it into the witchcraft model of the wood armor. A layer of wood armor was immediately covered on his right hand. On the back of his hand, under his will, a wooden thorn as thick as a finger extended. This wooden thorn extended to 1 meter long. Then, he stabbed a tree trunk with the diameter of a basin. Swish! The wooden thorn as thick as a finger pierced from one side of the tree trunk and came out from the other side. This hardness is also much greater than what Awen said. Single quote. According to Awen, if you are a little more proficient in wood armor, you must at least condense the wood thorns into the size of a sword before you can pierce a tree trunk without breaking it. Ronan put away his magic power, and the wood armor on his hand, after losing the support of magic power, turned into brown mist and dissipated. The hole in the tree trunk that he pierced was sap flowing out. Ronan immediately used his magic power and injected the witchcraft model of healing. He aimed his hands at the tree hole he pierced, and immediately a little light blue light bloomed in the tree hole, then spread and soon filled the tree hole. The sap stopped flowing, and the tree hole gradually shrank visibly. After about 5 minutes, the tree hole was completely full, and only a small mark was left on the tree trunk. The healing speed of the healing art is also faster than Awen said. With the blessing of the ancient wood's longevity magic, the healing art has also improved. Single quote. But I am more concerned about the healing effect of the animal's wounds. Single quote. After all, the healing technique is for himself. Thinking of this, Ronan immediately used the wood armor technique, condensed a spike, and was about to scratch his skin. Swish! The spike cut through the air and stopped suddenly when it was about to approach the skin of his left hand. He couldn't do it, afraid of pain. So Ronan released his spiritual sense and searched for animals in the forest, intending to try it with animals. He continued to go deeper into the forest. After about 10 minutes, his spiritual sense swept to a tiger den. In the tiger den, there was a tiger bigger than a human, sleeping soundly. As if it smelled the scent of a human, the tiger immediately woke up with a start. Roar! The tiger suddenly jumped out of the tiger den like a gust of wind. When it saw Ronan, its eyes lit up. This is a real white-browed tiger with hanging eyes. Ronan had only seen those sickly tigers in the zoo in his previous life. This is the first time he has seen such a fierce one. Roar! The tiger roared again, like a dark cloud, rushing towards Ronan. Ronan grabbed the air with his right hand. Suddenly, several vines burst out from the forest, twisting and tangling the tiger in the air. The tiger was frightened and struggled violently, but could not get free. Ronan curled his lips slightly, condensed a wooden thorn, and scratched the tiger's belly. The tiger roared wildly, waving its 4 claws continuously. A blood mark as thick as a thumb appeared on the tiger's belly. Blood flowed out from it. Ronan immediately performed a healing spell. Soon, the wound stopped bleeding. 5 minutes later, the wound healed. The tiger felt pain in the wound, but gradually the wound healed. Just as he was wondering, the roar gradually subsided and he looked at Ronan. Ronan once again condensed a wooden spike as thick as a finger and stabbed it into the tiger's belly. The tiger roared again and waved its claws more violently. Then, Ronan used the healing technique on the bloody hole. This time, because the wound was more serious, it took almost a minute to stop the bleeding completely. It took almost half an hour to heal completely. At this time, Ronan had a rough judgment on the degree of healing of the healing technique. I wonder if the healing technique at this time can cure the fatal injury. Single quote. Thinking of this, Ronan used the wood armor technique to condense a wooden short sword in the tiger's doubtful and fearful eyes, and scratched the tiger's belly. A 20-centimeter long cut was made, and the tiger's internal organs and intestines flowed out. The tiger let out a scream that resounded through the jungle. Ronan stuffed the tiger's internal organs and intestines in and performed a healing technique. A faint green light wrapped the 20-centimeter long wound and healed the wound. 2 hours later, Ronan summoned Hongmeng and analyzed the tiger. The next moment, Hongmeng transmitted a stream of information to him. The tiger had completely lost its vital signs. So, Ronan knew that the current healing technique was powerless for such a fatal injury. Then, Ronan collected the tiger's blood and drew some talismans. Then, he took out the elf dagger and peeled off the tiger's skin. He planned to sell it at the market in the secular world tomorrow, which should be able to exchange for some silver. The dawn was breaking, and the capital of the kingdom, Triumph City, gradually became active. Ronan also got up from the bed. After a night's sleep, he was refreshed. Moreover, the natal immortal tree fed back the refined spiritual energy of heaven and earth day and night. While he slept well, his cultivation was also improving. After slapping himself with a cleaning talisman, Ronan got out of bed, put on straw sandals, and walked towards his small botanical garden. In order to cope with the growing natal immortal tree, Ronan has been buying more vigorous and older magic plants and placing them around the natal immortal tree. Magic plants are very expensive, but fortunately Ronan has the skill of drawing talismans. After earning spirit stones in the immortal realm of Wanjun sect and exchanging them for gold nuggets, he returned here and exchanged them for Valant gold coins to buy magic plants. Sandwiched among nearly 10 magic plants, the natal immortal tree does not look so conspicuous. Now, Ronan's small botanical garden is lush and green. When he looked at his life tree, his eyes suddenly fixed. There was a little green bud on his life tree. This green bud was different from what he had seen before. Could it be a flower bud? Single quote. Ronan immediately called Hongmeng and issued an order to analyze the green bud. The next moment, Hongmeng responded that it was indeed a flower bud. I wonder what pleasant changes will happen after the life tree blooms. Single quote. Ronan was looking forward to it. His life tree was transformed from the elf treasure tree. If he wanted to speculate what would happen after his life tree bloomed, he might have to understand what changes would happen after the elf treasure tree bloomed. However, he knew very little about the elf treasure tree. After all, the elves had long since declined. When the kingdom of Valant talked about elves, they were all those slim and beautiful elf slave girls. Few people talked about other things about the elves. I wonder how much Awen knows about the elf treasure tree. Single quote. Thinking of this, Ronan decided to visit Awen. He took off his pajamas, put on a tunic, tied his cape, fastened it with a brooch, and walked out. First he went to a restaurant and had pigeon meat pie and honey milk for breakfast. After the meal, he went to the market to buy some cherries and ate them while walking. While eating, he walked to Awen's bungalow. He knocked on Awen's wooden door. After waiting for a few seconds, no one responded. He knocked again, but still no one responded. Not at home. Single quote. Ronan immediately released his spiritual sense and swept towards Awen's bungalow. He immediately sensed that there was a single bed in a small room in the bungalow, and a woman was sleeping on it. After a careful scan of his spiritual sense, it was undoubtedly Awen. So you haven't gotten up yet, and you can sleep at this time. Single quote. Bang bang bang. Ronan used his strength to knock on the door loudly. Then, his consciousness sensed that Awen on the bed, after pupa a few times, fell asleep again. Bang 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 bang. Ronan knocked on the door even louder. Finally, Awen on the bed, after pupa a few more times, lifted the quilt and sat up. After cursing a few words, she put on a long dress, got off the bed, and walked out of the bedroom barefoot. Excuse me, who is this? Awen asked politely. It's me, Ronan Lawrence. Ronan replied. Ronan's consciousness immediately sensed that Awen's little hands were clenched, her lips moved, and after cursing a few words in a low voice, she cast a spell. A magic plant stretched out its roots and opened the door for Ronan. Suddenly, a large piece of sunlight shone in and hit Awen's body. Awen's long brown hair was messy and fluffy, and she exuded a sense of laziness all over her body. The linen dress she was wearing slid slightly to the left, revealing a little of her collarbone and her smooth wheat-colored left shoulder. Ronan, why are you here so early? Awen patted her mouth with her slender hands and yawned. Since she became more and more familiar with Ronan, Awen put away the noble etiquette of Triumph City. She also changed from calling Ronan, Mr. Lawrence, to calling him by his name. I want to ask you about the 3 wood-attributed combat witchcrafts. Ronan said. He certainly couldn't ask about the elf treasure tree right away, which would make Awen suspicious. Okay, please sit down. After all, she was paid, so Awen didn't refuse. After performing the witchcraft and closing the door, she asked Ronan to sit down. Then, she asked Ronan to wait for a while, went into the bathroom to wash up, tidied her hair and clothes, and then came out. After Awen sat down, Ronan asked her a few questions about witchcraft. Awen answered in detail, and then Ronan gradually changed the topic and led to the magic plants in Awen's bungalow. Among Awen's magic plants, there are also several plants with flowers in full bloom. After talking about Awen's magic plant flowers for a few words, Ronan asked, will the legendary magic plant, the elf treasure tree, bloom and bear fruit? The elf treasure tree blooms, but it doesn't bear fruit. Awen said. Then what's the use of the elf treasure tree blooming? Ronan continued to ask questions. After the elf treasure tree blooms, it will produce tree seeds. After planting the tree seeds, you can get the elf treasure tree's subtrees. In the legend, when the elves were still the overlords of the continent in the past, their subtrees were almost all over the continent. Each subtree can release magic power and provide power for the operation of the formation of the elf settlement. Alas! At this point, Awen sighed. The elf tree is really a magical plant. Over the years, many wizards from the Druid school and other schools have studied how to use the roots of the elf tree to grow an elf tree. But there is still no progress. Ronan listened to Awen's words and drank a glass of wine. His eyes did not change. So it's a sapling. Single quote. He couldn't help but look forward to it. If there is really a sapling, then after he plants another tree, the two trees will give him the refined spiritual energy of heaven and earth together. In this way, his spiritual body cultivation will be accelerated. After this period of practice, he found that the cultivation of the acquired spiritual body is actually the feedback of the refined spiritual energy of heaven and earth by the natal immortal tree to continuously change his physique. It is said in the ancient wood longevity art that the green wood spiritual body can be formed in 100 years, the ye-wood dharma body can be formed in 1,000 years, the eternal green body can be formed in 10,000 years. It should be aimed at the environment of heaven and earth when the ancient wood longevity art was created. In the current environment of the world of immortal cultivation, the spiritual energy is not rich enough. It is a problem whether it is possible to cultivate green wood spirits after planting trees for 100 years. Then, Ronan talked to Awen about some elves. Awen said that some knowledge in the Druid sect was also learned from the elves. In the Druid sect period, the Druids and the elves were relatively friendly. However, after entering the wizard era, people in the Druid school rarely communicated with the elves. Because now, the invasion and persecution of elves by wizards and knights are more serious than before. After all, in the era when gods appeared, many people thought that elves were the people of gods, and they were cautious about persecuting elves. And wizards do not believe in gods, but only believe in truth and knowledge. In the eyes of wizards, gods are just powerful humans or some kind of existence. As long as they have learned enough knowledge, gods can also be killed. Ronan got the answer he wanted, and after asking a few more questions, he said goodbye to Awen. After leaving Awen's small bungalow, Ronan swept away with his spiritual consciousness. After sensing that Awen had taken off her one-piece dress, she got into the quilt again. After returning to his bungalow, Ronan began to refine the growing green liquid. He changed to a larger crucible, and after refining it once, he could make 6 parts, 1 for the natal longevity tree and 5 green cloud bamboos. He condensed 10 wizard hands to work together with him. After about an hour, 6 portions of growth green liquid were refined. Ronan held the crucible, summoned Hongmong, and poured portions of the growth green liquid onto the natal longevity tree and 5 green cloud bamboos. While pouring the growing green liquid, he evoked Hongmong and analyzed these spiritual plants. Spiritual plant. The immortal tree. Year. 83 up-pointing arrow. Spiritual plant. Green cloud bamboo. Year. 42 up-pointing arrow. Spiritual plant. Green cloud bamboo. Year. 40 up-pointing arrow. The green cloud bamboo has grown taller than a human being. He dug the cellar much deeper and into a cylindrical shape. The light talisman is attached to the cellar wall, emitting light and illuminating 5 green cloud bamboos. 5 green cloud bamboos were crowded in the cellar, pressing against the top of the cellar. After pouring the growing green liquid, Ronan came out of the cellar and covered it with wooden boards and stone slabs. After controlling the wizard's hand and packing up the equipment for refining the medicine, he returned to the small botanical garden and used the magic of rapid growth on the native immortal tree. Mana was injected into the witchcraft model, and a green beam of light appeared out of thin air and landed on the natal tree of immortality. Ronan used his mental power to move the magic power of the quick growth technique to the buds of the natal tree of immortality. He wanted to see if the flower buds would actually produce tree seeds after they bloomed. 10 days passed before I knew it. 3 days ago, the buds bloomed. The flowers are white, exuding a faint golden light, and have a total of 12 petals, which look very holy. Ronan used the art of rapid growth and directed the magic of the art of rapid growth towards the flowers. After more than an hour, suddenly, the flower lit up. Immediately, I saw a little golden light floating down from the stamens of the flower. Ronan immediately stopped performing witchcraft and caught the golden light with his hand. The golden light is a thing, and there is a warmth in its tentacles. Moreover, Ronan could feel connected to this object without using his spiritual consciousness, and could clearly feel that there was a vitality in it. Ronan could only have such a clear feeling when he was in contact with his natal tree of immortality. Now, he can easily feel the vitality in this thing. It seems that this thing is the seed of the immortal tree. Ronan first planted the immortal tree and buried it in the big pot of the natal immortal tree. Then, he went out the door, bought a small flower pot, and buried the tree seeds in it. Then, he used the technique of rapid growth on the tree species. A green light appeared out of thin air, penetrated into the soil, and hit the tree species. Ronan felt that the vitality in the tree species was becoming more and more vigorous. Gradually, the radicle of the tree species breaks out and extends into the soil. Ronan evoked Hongmeng and analyzed it. Spiritual plant. The immortal tree of life. Year. 0.1 up pointing arrow. According to Hongmeng's analysis, the structure of this tree is the same as the natal tree of immortality. Single quote. It seems that this tree is a subtree of the natal tree of immortality. Single quote. Although after the elf treasure tree was sacrificed and transformed into the immortality tree, its appearance was very different from the legendary elf treasure tree. Single quote. But the immortality tree still retains the characteristics of the elf treasure tree. Single quote. After Ronan thought for a while, he carefully felt the subtrees of this natal tree of immortality. Although this is just a germ, it does its best to continuously absorb and refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Ronan could feel that a small amount of mana was being generated in his dantian. By refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth together, the two trees can cultivate the acquired spiritual body faster. Ronan was overjoyed, so he temporarily stopped using the technique of rapid growth, refined a portion of growing green liquid, and poured it on the sub-tree. It is necessary to refine multiple servings of growing green liquid every day, and the proficiency of growing green liquid increases much faster. Growth green liquid proficient 56% up pointing arrow. The growth green liquid that has reached the mastery level has a much better effect on the growth of spiritual plants. 5 days later, after Ronan watered the green cloud bamboo with growing green liquid, he summoned Hongmeng to analyze it. Suddenly, a light flashed in his eyes. Spiritual plant. Green cloud bamboo. Year. 501. One of the green cloud bamboos that grows relatively well has exceeded 500 years of age. This means that he can use this green cloud bamboo to refine the green spirit sword in the green wood sword technique. The 500-year-old green spirit green cloud bamboo is just the lowest threshold for cultivating the green spirit sword. The older the Qingling Yunju is, the more powerful the Qingling sword will be. Ronan thought for a while and then made a decision. Anyway, currently, he has 5 green cloud bamboos. He can use this one first to try to refine the Qingling sword. He can continue to encourage the other green cloud bamboos to grow, and then sacrifice them again when they are older. In this way, when you refine the Qingling sword for the second time, you will be more proficient than the first time. Secondly, you can compare the power of the Qingling sword after the Qingling green cloud bamboo sacrifice in different years. Before preparing for the ritual, Ronan suddenly thought of something. In the wizard world, the art of refining weapons is also well developed. When he chatted with Paul, he learned that there was an alchemy department in the wizard system. The wizards of this department delved into the refining of magic tools, weapons and other tools. Thinking about how to refine magic tools and weapons, they would have greater power. Combining alchemy knowledge with the ritual of refining the Qingling sword, perhaps the Qingling sword refined by the ritual will be more powerful. Single quote. Ronan thought of this and immediately went to find Paul. He first went to the Wild Deer Bar, and after entering, he took a look and didn't find Paul, so he went to Paul's residence. Before he arrived, he scanned with his spiritual sense and found that Paul was lying on the sand table again, writing and drawing with branches, and calculating witchcraft formulas. After Ronan knocked on Paul's door, Paul immediately came back to his senses from the sand table. Who? I, Ronan. After Paul opened the door, Ronan saw Paul's messy hair that hadn't been washed for many days, and his red eyes with eye mucus in the corners of his eyes. Hey, Ronan, long time no see. Paul said. Ronan immediately got straight to the point. I want to learn about alchemy. What channels are there? After hearing this, Paul patted his chest and said, You ask the right person. You know, I specialize in fire and I am willing to help others. Some wizard apprentices who practice gold will ask me for help. Recently, I participated in the refining of some wizard tools and have a deep understanding of alchemy knowledge. Ronan immediately asked Paul to tell him about alchemy, hoping to find a way to strengthen the Qingling sword. After Paul talked for a while, Ronan knew that there were roughly 2 ways to use alchemy to strengthen weapons and magic tools. One is to integrate magic ore. Magic ore is the ore that can conduct magic in the wizard world. For example, the building material, obsidian, of the wizard tower of the legendary wizard, Dolifa Augustus, in the kingdom is a kind of magic ore. This kind of stone has very little resistance to the conduction of magic, and can be engraved with many magic patterns and carry many witchcraft formations. Another method is to carve magic patterns. According to what Paul said, magic patterns are similar to the talismans in the world of cultivation, and both can carry extraordinary power between heaven and earth. There are also several major categories of magic patterns, some studied by wizards, and some left by the elves, that is, elf runes. Paul talked about these superficial knowledge incessantly, and his saliva was flying. When Ronan asked him how to operate specifically, Paul was speechless. He just followed the instructions of others and used fire magic to help other alchemy apprentices when they integrated into the magic ore. Paul didn't know much about how to integrate into the magic ore and carve magic patterns. He learned elven runes for a while, but later found that his fire magic progressed faster, so he devoted himself to practicing fire magic. Ronan knew Paul for a long time. He knew that this kid liked to brag. When Paul said that he had a deep understanding of alchemy, Ronan didn't have any expectations in his heart. Is there any channel for me to learn about alchemy? Ronan asked immediately. Paul reached into his bird's nest like messy hair and scratched it. The library in the academy does have books on alchemy, but they cannot be recorded or taken out, and outsiders are not allowed to enter the library. Alas, the alchemy techniques and magic patterns are difficult to understand. If I want to memorize them, I don't need to practice other witchcraft. Paul murmured to Ronan, and suddenly a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. If you can enter the library, that's it. Do you have a way? Ronan's eyes also lit up. If he can enter the library of the Kingdom Wizard Academy and acquire knowledge, it will be much easier. I thought of one, but it's not easy to realize it. Paul said. That is to use the transformation potion to change into my appearance, and then use my academy badge to enter the library. Can you get the formula of the transformation potion? Ronan's eyes lit up. Transfiguration potion is a banned drug in the kingdom of Valant. Because after taking the transformation potion, the body and breath of the person who takes it are exactly the same as the person being impersonated. In the history of the kingdom of Valant, there were several bloody cases committed by vicious black wizards using transformation potions. Therefore, the kingdom issued a decree prohibiting the refining of transformation potions. In addition, the royal family sent spies to find out which family or school had the formula of the transformation potion. If there was any, they would be confiscated and burned. Nowadays, the transformation potion is almost extinct in the kingdom. Paul glanced at Ronan and whispered, I do know someone whose family has the formula of the primary transformation potion passed down. He recently wanted this primary transformation potion. But it is difficult to refine the primary transformation potion. Even if he has the formula, he can't refine it himself. He knows that I have a wide network of contacts, so he wants me to find him a good alchemist to help him refine the primary transformation potion. I can try to get the formula for you, but if you refine it, you have to give him a copy. Okay, Ronan nodded. So Paul packed up, got dressed, and went out. After Paul left, Ronan sat down on the sofa in Paul's living room. He poured a glass of wine and drank it while thinking. After he got the formula, should he really give that person a copy of the primary transfiguration potion he made? After all, he didn't know how that person used the primary transfiguration potion. If that person committed a crime with the primary transfiguration potion, he would be implicated. More than an hour later, Paul came back. He took out a piece of parchment and handed it to Ronan. Ronan glanced at it. There were crooked handwriting on the parchment, which recorded a potion formula, and the ink marks were still fresh. It should have been copied by that person not long ago. Take a look. If you can make it, give him a copy, Paul said. Ronan took the parchment and asked, "Do you know what he wants to do with the primary transfiguration potion?" Paul listened and shook his head. Ronan said, "Even if I refine it, I don't plan to give it to him. If he uses the primary transformation potion to commit a crime, it will put us in danger." Paul said, "But he gave the formula, but he can't get the primary transformation potion. In anger, I'm afraid he will report me to the Wizard Council." Ronan said, "What about his family?" Paul said, "His family has a third-level wizard apprentice, which is considered an upper-class noble in the Southwest Province." "That's good, his family is so big." Ronan said, "If the matter of the primary transformation potion is exposed, he will implicate his family and he will suffer greater losses. Remind him of this. As long as he is still rational, he will not report to the Wizard Council." "How about this?" Ronan thought for a moment and then said, "Just say that the person you are looking for can't make the primary transformation potion in a short time. But there is progress every day. I believe that the primary transformation potion will be made soon. Just keep him hanging. When he really threatens you with reporting, you can explain the pros and cons to him." "Okay," Paul agreed. In terms of closeness, Ronan is closer to him, so he naturally prefers Ronan. Then, Ronan left Paul's residence to collect the materials for refining the primary transformation potion. Although he just took a few glances. But with the help of AI Hongmong, the information on the parchment has been imprinted in his mind. The primary transformation potion is not only difficult to refine, but the materials required for its refining are also quite demanding. He summoned Hongmong and took out the main materials for refining the primary transformation potion. Male and female lacewings, killer leeches, flowing grass picked on moonlit nights, two-eared grass picked at dawn, grinded horns of two-horned beasts, fragments of snake skin of man-faced tree snakes. Lacewings and killer leeches are both forest creatures, and he had heard about them from Awen. Lacewings are usually found in the monster forest. Killer leeches can be found in the forest by the sea in Triumph City. He had to collect both of these. The other 4 materials were not cheap. Of course, for him who was rich, the last 4 materials were the easiest. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.